iPhone. That's fine. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to day 2 of Science and Society in the Age of Revolutions. And welcome to those of you who are also joining us online, although if you are joining us online, you missed a really good breakfast spread this morning. My staff has an interesting conception of what light breakfast means. We are starting here with panel 3, which is Everyday Science, which will be chaired by Charlotte Abney Solomon, who is the director of the Beckman Center for the History of Chemistry at the Science History Institute. She is a historian of science and technology with a research focus on the discovery of elements in the context of Swedish mining mineralogy in the late 18th and early 19th century. And she teaches courses in the social history of technology at Penn. She holds a master's in Scandinavian history. Oh dear, I should have asked how to pronounce this. What was that? Linköping? Linköping University in Sweden, and a PhD in the history of science and medicine from Yale. Her current book project is a history of the rare earth elements. Welcome to the podium.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for joining us bright and early this morning. It's my honor to introduce our panelists for the first panel of the day. So I believe I have them in the order in which they'll be speaking. Mary Ashburn Miller is a professor of history and humanities at Reed College in Portland, Oregon. She is a historian of modern Europe with a specialization in 18th and 19th century France. Mary is the author of A Natural History of Revolution, Violence and Nature in the French Revolutionary Imagination in 2011, and of several articles on the history of emigration during the French Revolution, including The Impossible Emigrant, Emigration in the Annexed Territories of Revolutionary France, in French Emigrants and Revolutionized Europe, Connected Histories and Memories, and A Fiction of the French Nation, the Emigre novel Nostalgia and National Identity, 1797 to 1815. Her current research is on anti-drowning campaigns and public health in 18th century Paris. Her research has been supported by the American Council of Learned Societies, the Fulbright Program, and the Harry Frank Guggenheim Foundation. Mary is a passionate teacher who served as the director of the Center for Teaching and Learning at Reed College, and who has won recognition for her teaching from the Graves Foundation. A native of Lexington, Kentucky, Mary received her BA from the University of Virginia and her PhD from Johns Hopkins University. Let me grab the program so I don't get anything wrong. Her talk title today will be Restoring the Apparently Dead to Life, Anti-Drowning Measures and Public Health in the Late 18th Century. Speaking second, Claire Tonks is a postdoctoral associate at the Yale Center for British Art. She specializes in cultural history and the history of collections in 19th century Britain, with contributing interests in literary studies and the history of science. Her article, Displaying London's Past to Contemporary Visitors, was published in the 50th anniversary special issue of the London Journal, and her forthcoming article, William Bullock, A Natural History Showman, will appear in History of Science. Claire has previously held positions at Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory Archives and HMS Unicorn in Dundee. She received her PhD in history from the University of Edinburgh, her MA in history and literature from Columbia University, and her BA in English literature and psychology from the George Washington University, during which time she was a visiting student in English literature at St. Anne's College, Oxford. Her talk title today will be The Teeth Trade, Dentures and Dental Disease in the Age of Revolutions. And speaking third, Holly Gruntner is a historian of nature, knowledge, and work in early America. She is currently the landscape historian at George Washington's Mount Vernon, where her research supports the interpretation and restoration of Mount Vernon's historic gardens and landscapes. She holds a PhD in history from William and Mary, and is newly embarked on editing her dissertation for publication. That project is tentatively titled From the Ground Up, Kitchen Gardens and Horticultural Knowledge in Early America. Her talk title today will be Thy Industrious Neighbor, Kitchen Gardens, Horticultural Knowledge and Local Circulation Networks. So without further ado, Dr. Miller. It looks like Claire's presentation.
I think that's Claire's.
Yeah, it looks like.
I think we're good. I'm ready.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
did you not have a?
No.
Thanks, Charlotte, and thanks all of you. Really enjoyed the first day of conversation yesterday, and I'm delighted to be able to take part in it today, especially because I'm something of an outlier here. For one, I do not have a PowerPoint, which means I will have to captivate you with the sound of my voice alone, so hopefully that works out okay. And also because, as Charlotte mentioned, I'm a historian of France, and so I'm excited to think with you all today a little bit about the transatlantic connections between my project and some of what we've heard and will continue to hear today. I will say I did have a footnote about Benjamin Franklin, so I think I'm allowed to stay. So, can you all hear me in the back, by the way? Okay. I'm going to start today with a story, and I'll issue a warning that it's a little bit of a gruesome one, but it does have a happy ending, so do not fear. On a blustery late summer afternoon in 1773 Paris, 14-year-old Jacques Leblanc was out for a walk with his mother along the banks of the Seine. A gust of wind swept the cap off young Jacques' head, and he chased after it, but quickly lost his footing and slipped into the river. The windy conditions that day had churned up substantial waves, and Jacques, like most Parisians at the time, did not know how to swim. Fighting to stay afloat, he was dragged under by the current, surfaced briefly, cried out, but was dragged under again. A laborer named Claude Verdeau saw him go under and jumped into the river fully clothed in a desperate rescue attempt. Verdeau dove underwater and finally managed to drag the young boy to the surface, but only after nearly 15 minutes had passed. Verdeau pulled young Jacques out of the water, unconscious and unmoving. In the words of the record where I found this, quote, "His eyes and mouth were closed, and his face had turned black, leaving no hope of recalling him to life." This seemingly tragic story, recounted to us in an annual report on drowning in Paris, compiled in 1773, did not end there, however. Instead of leaving young Leblanc for dead, Verdeau ferried his unmoving body to a customs boat stationed nearby. There, the civil servants on board took several important steps for the purposes of my talk today. First, they began to implement a series of practices for resuscitating drowning victims that had been widely printed and distributed and publicized in previous years. They attempted to warm his body, they moved his legs and arms continuously, and they fed him spoonfuls of distilled liquor. They adamantly did not hang him upside down by his feet, which was the traditional practice for drowning victims. Second, they sent for a medical supply box that the city of Paris had recently placed at various guardhouses along the river that contained materials necessary to revive drowning victims. But above all, they refused to trust the indications given by Jacques' unmoving body and discolored face. Ignoring their senses and the boy's physical condition, they treated him as being only, in the phrasing of the time, apparently dead, not actually dead. Despite there being allegedly no hope of recalling him to life, these customs officers, who had no formal medical training, acted in the hope of reviving him. And in fact, under their care, Jacques began to stir, eventually vomiting, regaining his color, and finally full consciousness. Within 3 days, he had recovered entirely from his misadventure, becoming one of 29 individuals successfully rescued from drowning in Paris in 1773. Jacques Leblanc was the unwitting beneficiary of a late 18th century transatlantic movement to reduce or even eliminate death by drowning. Elites in Amsterdam, London, and Philadelphia formed humane societies dedicating to reducing drowning deaths by providing education about resuscitation practices and generous rewards for citizen rescues. In Paris, a city alderman and a former pharmacist by the name of Philippe Nicolas Piat stationed ready-made medical boxes full of all the necessary implements for reviving drowning victims along the Seine. Importantly, all of these measures invited and even required bystanders to distrust their own senses in assessing whether or not a victim was, in fact, dead. And just to give you one example here, and I'll go into this a little bit more as I go on, the original charge of the London Humane Society was for, quote, the recovery of persons apparently dead by drowning. This skepticism toward the apparent traditional signs of death, the signs of death ignored by those officers on the customs boat that resuscitated Jacques Leblanc, this skepticism emerged from a debate within the medical community throughout the transatlantic world. Beginning in the 1740s, several medical works called for a reconsideration of the signs of death, asking medical professionals and lay people alike to set aside their traditional understandings of when and how a human life ended. Rather than death being an immediate, permanent, and binary condition wherein one was either dead or alive, these medical professionals argued that death was a process and one that could be stopped and reversed with proper interventions. And I'm not going to go today into the process of sort of circulation of these ideas, but I will just say this is a conversation that's taking place in some of the spaces that we talked about yesterday. So this is something that's debated in the Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. There's an article on death that cultivates this understanding in the Encyclopédie, the great collection of knowledge in the French Enlightenment. This is showing up in printed treatises as well as eventually in newspapers. Resurrection, or what was often called reanimation, shifted here from divine miracle to medical possibility or even probability. The most certain thing in a human life, death, was suddenly rendered uncertain. As the case of Jacques Le Bon suggests, and as I will argue today, it was that very uncertainty and imprecision that underpinned and enabled one of the first major public health initiatives of the 18th century, namely these anti-drowning campaigns. A closer examination of the work of Piat, that French councilman, and particularly his annual report on drowning published between 1773 and 1789, work in Paris built on the example of the first society to rescue the apparently drowned, which had been founded in Amsterdam in 1767. In 1773, British physician Alexander Johnson would appeal to the British public to establish a similar institution in London, and he noted that there were already existing or emerging societies for this cause, not only in Amsterdam, but also in Hamburg, in Venice, in Milan, in Padua, and in Vienna. London itself would follow suit in 1774. These efforts were not limited to the European side of the Atlantic, however. Philadelphia created a humane society dedicated to drowning rescues in 1780, and Massachusetts followed suit in 1786. As scholars have demonstrated, these anti-drowning campaigns in many cities came not out of a social need, but out of a scientific one. That is, drowning was not actually a problem in many of the cities where humane societies were developed. So just to give you an example, the Massachusetts Humane Society rescued no one in its first year, and there were no records of drowning in 1779 or 1780 in Philadelphia. So this kind of raises the question of what these institutions are doing. And in fact, they seem to be fulfilling a kind of social function, cultivating a sense of mutual responsibility over human life, but they also allowed elites to signal or to demonstrate that they were at the forefront of scientific inquiry by creating and participating in these campaigns that relied on the latest understandings on the boundaries between life and death. So Alexander Johnson, the person who appealed for the start of the London Humane Society, referred to aid for the visibly but not actually dead. The city ordinance detailing Piat's life-saving plan invoked aid for, quote, drowned persons who seem to be dead and who, not in fact being so, can receive aid to be recalled to life. So as each of these terms suggest, medical professionals called for skepticism toward sensory cues. One might be visibly dead, that is, dead in the eyes of the observer without being actually dead. Jean-Jacques Gardin, who was a member of the Paris Faculty of Medicine and who was the founder of a weekly journal that served as a site for medical information to be distributed to doctors in the provinces throughout France, published something called a Catechism on Apparent Death in 1781. And repeatedly in that text and in this journal for provincial doctors, he emphasized the importance of working to resuscitate victims even when all hope seemed lost. The perseverance, he wrote, is all the more necessary since it is often only after 2 or 3 hours of uninterrupted effort that the drowning victim will give the first signs of life. As this sentence suggests, Gardin and his contemporaries pointed to a disjuncture between the signs of life, breath, pulse, movement, bleeding, and life itself. In that suspended and uncertain state, a space for intervention and civic action opened up. These were the moments when aid, properly administered, could return the seemingly dead to life. Convincing the public of both the existence of that suspended state and of their capacity to render sufficient aid to restore the victim to life was the foundation of the anti-drowning movement. And I'll turn now to focus on Pierre-Nicolas Piat's efforts in Paris to demonstrate just how crucial this campaign to redefine the boundary between life and death was to the effort to reduce death by drowning. Piat actually published this account every year called the Détail des succès de l'établissement que la ville de Paris a fait en faveur des personnes noyées, which is essentially an account of the successes that the establishment that Paris has created on behalf of the drowned people. Drowned people, that's who the organization was on behalf of. And I'll refer to this text as the Détail, but it's this annual publication where he literally lists every person who fell into the river, what happened to them, and what kinds of treatment measures were performed. And this Détail was a crucial part of a public education campaign in which stories like Jacques Le Bon's served to reinforce belief in the capacity to overcome death itself. When Piat was selected as a city councilman in Paris in 1770, he immediately began working to establish and standardize rescue practices along the Seine. And central to this work was furnishing guardhouses with the medical supply boxes that I've already mentioned. I'm not going to talk about those much today. They were central to his plan and actually attempted to create a kind of like standardized set of measures that people would put into place. I'm happy to talk about them in the Q&A. And like other contemporary anti-drowning initiatives throughout the transatlantic world, Piat established protocols for offering financial rewards for everyone involved in a rescue attempt. So that included the person who pulled the drowning victim from the water, the person who notified the corps de garde, the police or the military officials, the officers working at guardhouses, any medical professionals who attended to the victim. All of these people were given small financial rewards. But random bystanders were also compensated for giving them warm, dry clothes, for providing them with food or drink. So basically, anyone who is contributing to this is recognized financially through Piat's plan. But perhaps most important to Piat's initiative was this annual publication about the results of his work. The Détail was printed annually until long after Piat's tenure as a city councilor had ended, and in fact, continued until the French Revolution upended city governance and record keeping. So the first publication of the Détail was in 1773. And in these accounts, he would give full accounts of the successes and failures of the various life-saving attempts, detailing the means by which drowning victims were rescued and revived, as well as the reasons for failures. And he actually divided this text into 3 sections. The first one was everyone who was saved. The second one was everyone who was unable to be saved. And the third was the group on whom no resuscitation attempts were actually made. And I actually think this third group is pretty interesting for the purpose of my talk today, because I think it's there that Piat's attempts to really destabilize assumptions about death became clear. He actually called this group, this is a long quotation, so my apologies, those who were judged to be dead, on whom no attempts were made to restore them to life, as well as observations on the lack of confidence in the recommended aid, which, if it had been implemented, would have been useful to some of them. Okay. So this third class to Piat didn't constitute failures. These were missed opportunities. And they were opportunities that could have been life-saving if bystanders had confidence in these life-saving measures and had in fact been less confident about the apparent signs of death. So, for example, Jean Bizou, a young domestic servant, was found floating in the river in 1773, but no one administered any aid. And I'm quoting now from the Détail. Because those that pulled her in, along with the guards, judged that she had been drowned for too long a time, and furthermore, that it would be indecent to undress her, end quote. It was only when her body was taken to the police that any attempts were made to save her. The commissioner noticed that her face still had its natural color and instructed the guards to administer aid. The guards ran to get one of those medical supply boxes, but by the time it had arrived, her coloring had changed and her limbs had gone rigid, and she was lost. Piat in his text provided this gloss on the tragedy. Quote, if they had had even one example of a cure in a similar case, they surely would have been more confident in the aid, and they would not have neglected to put those practices to use in this situation. What's more, he continued, bystanders could have called on nearby women to help them. They could have asked women who would have voluntarily taken charge of administering aid, and perhaps they would have been able to restore this young girl to life. In this telling anecdote, Piat reveals the logic behind the annual publication of his accounts. He wants to furnish the public with even one example, in his own words, of seemingly hopeless cases that ended successfully. Piat exhibits a confidence that the work of publishing these accounts will improve outcomes, that the more people read stories of successful rescues, the more likely they will be to make the effort to save drowning victims. What's more, he demonstrates that these are measures that can and should be taken by any person nearby, including women who would, in his words, voluntarily participate in aid practices. In an even more extreme example, Piat recounted the case of another servant named Jean-Simon Allard, on whom no life-saving measures were taken because he had been underwater for 12 hours. Piat nevertheless chastised people for not even attempting to save him. Quote, "They knew that he had been drowned for 12 hours, and they imagined that this was too long a time to have any hope that he could be restored to life. In fact, it's probable that someone who has been underwater for 12 hours would be considered lifeless. But there are examples of similar resurrections." That's the word he uses, resurrections. "And in general, unless one sees evident signs of death, such as putrefaction, one should always make an effort to save him if possible." He concluded, "When one has attempted this duty dictated by humanity, this duty of rescue, one will no longer be haunted by a shadow of regret of having tried nothing to restore someone to life." End quote. Piat here frames only bodily decay as a clear sign of death and makes attempts at resurrection, previously the work of the divine, into a human duty. These examples place that opening tale of Jacques Leblanc in a new light. For it was Piat, after all, who in his retelling emphasized that Leblanc showed no signs of life and had no hope of being resuscitated, and nevertheless lived. In his Détails, Piat made these semi-miraculous resurrections commonplace, peppering his descriptions of rescues with these moments of hopelessness and these tales of individuals brought back from apparent death. In just the first volume of Rescues between June of 1772 and June of 1773, Piat described 6 of the 27 successful rescues as having been effected on individuals that were, in his words, without signs of life. A 7th had all the appearance of the dead, and an 8th was described as being, quote, "without consciousness, without movement, without pulse, and in the state of a drowning victim who has been judged to be dead." All of those ended up successfully. These repetitions were not merely rhetorical. They seemed to be part of a conscious campaign by Piat to emphasize the need to ignore and overcome the bias towards sensory apprehensions of the signs of death. While most of the original records on which Piat based his Détails have been lost, the National Archives in Paris still hold one amazing, complete box of police records that Piat used in the collation of his publication, detailing the fate of every individual who fell into the river in 1779. My work with this incredible box is still ongoing, but in at least a few instances, Piat's published account differed in language from the police reports. So, for example, Henri Huet, a 14-year-old drowning victim rescued from the frigid waters of the Seine in February of 1779, was described in the published Détails as having been pulled from the water, quote, "unconscious and with no signs of life." The original police report, however, mentioned only that he was unconscious. Likewise, another entry noted that a drowned gardener was unconscious and showed no signs of life, while the police report described him as having no consciousness and no movement other than trembling. This phrase, "signs of life," ubiquitous in the published Détails, was used only rarely in the original police reports. This editorial change suggests that Piat saw reframing the signs of life to the public as crucial to his anti-drowning project. Demonstrating to the public over and over again that there was a space for intervention and recovery, even when the visible signs suggested otherwise, was a key goal of the Détails. And just as redefining the boundaries between life and death opened up the space for interventions in drowning, so too did all of these multiple reports, these reports in the Détails, in newspapers, and later on in collections of heroic details. All of these reports would reinforce those redefinitions of life and death. So the anti-drowning campaigns grew out of, but then also ultimately lent credence to, new understandings of death in both the medical community and in the broader public. This particular moment in the late 18th century was one in which a moment of medical uncertainty opened up new possibilities for action and intervention. These anti-drowning campaigns cultivated skepticism about traditional understandings of death, even as they inspired a public health movement aimed at saving lives that seemed unsavable. Thanks.
Good morning. Higher up. There we are. Thank you all for coming. Thank you to my fellow panelists. I'm so thrilled. It's a pleasure to be here. Before I start, I shall just preface that some of the caricatures I show are a little gruesome, so I apologize. If anybody has any niggling tooth complaints this morning, they might make them feel a little worse. I know I always want to run and brush my teeth by the time I finish looking at them, so I do apologize. Today, I'm hoping to widen the scope of conversations surrounding the intellectual, social, and economic factors that shaped the age of revolutions by using late 18th century dental practices as a lens that can be used to examine the intersections of science and society. Specifically today, I'll be discussing the use and production of dentures as a means of examining wider questions about the impact of disease on everyday life in France, Great Britain, and the United States between the 1760s and 1800. I'd like to begin with a very brief explanation of how I came to the subject of today's presentation. During my doctoral research, I examined the remarkable variety of commemorative practices that were employed across Great Britain in the 19th century to evoke the memories of the Napoleonic Wars. Specifically, I examined the focus on the Battle of Waterloo in these commemorations and how these practices contributed to the formation of a shared collective memory of the battle in Britain. I'm interested in the materiality of memory, the symbols and artifacts that provide insight into our shared experiences, which brings me to the subject of my presentation today, dentures. One of the artifact groups I considered as receptacles of cultural memory during my doctoral research were examples of dentures referred to as Waterloo teeth. Teeth were collected from the bodies of soldiers who fell on the battlefield before they were buried and sold for use in the production of dentures. In my thesis, I considered the use of these dentures in the wider context of remembrance acts associated with the Battle of Waterloo. But these objects raised further questions for me about the ways in which human remains were commodified and their impact on the owner's memory of the battle. I kept coming back to, did the people who wore these dentures think about the soldier whose mouth they came from when they were walking around with them in their own mouths? I knew there was more to explore here, and I felt that the discussions underway at this conference provided the ideal opportunity to delve further into the history of this style of denture and consider how dentures as objects function as a lens for examining the intersections of science and society during the Age of Revolutions. This project is still in its early stages, but I'm so excited to discuss the material with you all today. Teaching with objects from the collection in my current position at the Yale Center for British Art has further encouraged me to consider how the close examination of material objects can open up new lines of inquiry across disciplines. So today I'm going to talk a bit about how dentures were produced and used during the 18th century to offer insight into the overlapping cultural, material, economic, social, and political contexts at play. These dentures are more than examples of scientific and medical advancement, reflecting on how the production and use of dentures connects multiple facets of society, will I hope offer a more expansive perspective on the impact of dental disease on everyday life across the late 18th century. As a cultural historian, I'm interested in these dentures as a material component of everyday life in the 18th century for those who use them, as well as the attitudes, values, and assumptions conveyed through the dental practices of the period. I'm also interested in how ideas about the new dental restoration techniques were circulated across the Atlantic world and the influence of shifting revolutionary politics and military action on that knowledge distribution. Today, I'm situating these dental devices within a more expansive historical context to shed light on how the impact of dental disease at this time stretched beyond individual health or medical practice, and in fact permeated multifaceted aspects of societies grappling with revolutionary political movements. Research on remains from burial sites in Britain have determined that by the 17th century, the overall prevalence of caries was considerably greater than in earlier periods, namely the Iron Age, Roman, Anglo-Saxon, and medieval periods. Examination of crania and mandibles determined that caries at contact areas, which was rare in the preceding periods, had increased by the 17th century, and that these changes in the pattern of caries distribution correlate well with the changes known to have occurred in the British diet between the late Middle Ages and the 17th century, a process that continued into the 18th century. It's estimated that the annual sugar consumption in Britain rose from 4 pounds to 18 pounds per capita over the 18th century, and as sugar became cheaper and more plentiful, its potency as a symbol of power declined, while its potency as a source of profit increased. For reference, today, American adults consume an average of 77 grams of sugar per day, which adds up to around 60 pounds of added sugar per year, according to the American Heart Association. As I said, you'll want to brush your teeth after. This increased appetite, both for sugar and the profits it provided, forever changed the diet and ultimately the dental health of more and more people across the Atlantic world. Dental plaque is comprised of bacteria, leftover food particles, and saliva that forms a sticky film across the teeth. Plaque itself doesn't damage the teeth, but it shelters bacteria that metabolizes carbohydrates, especially sugars, and excretes acids as a waste product, demineralizing the enamel and the underlying dentine, forming cavities and generating abscesses. Therefore, increased sugar in the diet is one clear contributing factor to dental disease across the population. But beyond alterations to the diet and poor oral hygiene, there were other issues facing people of the time. Diseases like scurvy and syphilis also contributed to dental decay. In the case of syphilis, the bacterial infection itself and the mercury used to treat it both affected the teeth. And a symptom of the vitamin C deficiency from scurvy is a weakening of connective tissues, which results in loose teeth and bleeding gums. For most medieval and early modern Europeans, rich or poor, tooth loss was a part of life. Recipes for herbal mouthwashes were published to assist in maintaining dental health and improving bad breath, while handmade silver toothpicks and toothbrushes were used by the aristocracy, and barber surgeons experimented with the use of gold to fill cavities. However, for most people, as these limited treatment and prevention options remained costly, many faced a painful extraction as the only option for treatment. Colin Jones has identified a smile revolution that unfolded in 18th century Paris, where the city's dentists generated new ways of thinking about teeth and new ways of presenting them to the world. The result was a major shift in the cultural perception and importance of an individual's smile. Jones describes how in late 18th century Paris, the smile came to be viewed as a symbol of an individual's innermost self and revealed the character of the person within. Presenting rotten teeth and stinking breath to the world clearly did not manifest the ideal inner self, but the desired healthy smile would have been impossible without the new developments taking place at the same time in dentistry. For practitioners and their wealthy patients, the new French dentistry represented a route for self-advancement in a culture increasingly content to define itself through consumption and appearance. In 18th century Paris, the tooth puller was replaced by a professionalized group which came together to offer a range of mouth care services oriented around the preservation rather than the removal of teeth. Pierre Fauchard, the first practitioner to call himself a dentiste, defined this new role in his text, Le Surgeon Dentiste, where he discouraged automatically extracting problematic teeth and outlined new techniques to assist in preserving and cleaning the existing teeth whenever possible. Nicolas Dubois de Chaumont made a further contribution to French dental restoration in the 1780s when he developed an effective means of creating porcelain dentures. Chaumont was able to get his supplies from the Sèvres porcelain factory and received a royal patent for his dentures in 1788. After the outbreak of the French Revolution, Chaumont moved to London in 1792 and resumed successful production of his porcelain dentures with the aid of the Wedgwood factory. The French Revolution not only facilitated the departure of visionary practitioners for Britain and America, but those who took power also destroyed the progress that had been made in the field within France itself. Under a law of 1791, any French citizen was free to pursue any trade, dentistry included, effectively undoing all of the progress that had been made in the previous decades. As a result of political revolutions, various dentists took the opportunity to move back and forth across the Atlantic, bringing their ideas and practices with them, often highlighting previous experience in France or any celebrity connections in their advertisements. Thomas Berdmore, court dentist to George III, published his influential treatise on the disorders and deformities of the teeth and gums in 1768. Robert Woofendale, who trained under Berdmore in London, relocated to practice in New York, Baltimore, and here in Philadelphia between 1766 and 1768, during which time he trained students in America that included Paul Revere and John Greenwood, who I will return to in a few minutes. Woofendale's wife was American, and they moved to London for a period before returning to New York in 1793 to practice again here. These are just a small sample of contributors to the intellectual network and geographical movement of dentists that one can trace using their published works and advertisements as they moved back and forth across the Atlantic. With all that in mind, I'm going to spend the remainder of my time today initiating a discussion on the production of dentures during the Age of Revolutions by considering what alternative perspectives dentures as material objects offer on the wider military, cultural, material, economic, and social context of the period. Dental care within the ranks of an 18th century military served a practical purpose. It enabled them to effectively fire their weapons. From the 17th century, armies sought to control dental disease amongst the soldiers in order to maintain their ability to bite open their cartridges of gunpowder, which saved them valuable time in reloading their weapons. The requirement to bite open the cartridges remained fundamental to the infantry throughout the 18th century, and therefore teeth were an essential part of their primary weapon system. The inherent value of these soldiers' teeth shifted upon their death. No longer a critical tool of warfare, they now signified a marketable good that could be collected and sold for use in dentures. Here you can see an image of the dead after the Battle of Waterloo. The teeth were collected from the bodies on the battlefield as they were stripped of other valuables by those brought in to clear the site. Witnesses to these extractions recalled that the clinking hammers of these wretches jarred horribly upon the ears. Although this harvesting of teeth from the military dead took place before and after the Battle of Waterloo, that celebrated battle gave rise to the term Waterloo teeth or Waterloo ivory. Complete sets of healthy human teeth were very valuable, and demand for human teeth continued throughout the mid-19th century. As I've outlined, cultural impulses associated with the taste for sensibility had worked in tandem with the emergence of scientific dentistry to produce an increased cultural value of a white, healthy smile. Once a smile became a cultural asset, in the personal presentation of those who wished to advance in late 18th century society, the success of dental practices then became about more than improving oral health. You can see Monsieur de Chaumont depicted in this print by Thomas Rowlandson showing off an impressive set of his porcelain dentures in the mouth of one client, presumably to entice the gentleman to buy some to remedy the unseemly gaps in his smile. However, perhaps the most pertinent smile to consider, especially given the themes under discussion at this conference, is that of George Washington. I felt I couldn't come and present a paper on dentures without mentioning the most famous false teeth in history. Although Washington suffered from his teeth throughout his life, I'd argue that the significance of Washington's smile really came into play once he became president. At the time of his inauguration in 1789, he had one tooth remaining, and for the rest of his life, he struggled with uncomfortable sets of full dentures. In her study of political culture in early national politics, Joanne Freeman has written that in the aftermath of the American Revolution, people of all levels of society and of all politics understood that we were engaged in a political experiment. This insight made them unusually self-conscious about the potential impact of their actions and the actions of those around them. This is particularly easy to see among the political elite who assumed that they were central to the national defining process. As the first president of the United States of America, Washington was viewed as a manifestation not only of the new nation, but of what it meant to be a president in a world governed by kings. His appearance was critical, both in legitimizing the new nation and in carving out the role of president, both within the American government and on the international stage. If one smile was considered emblematic of a person's essential humanity, what would people think of the new nation and this new kind of leader if they knew the extensive damage that smile had sustained? Allusions to his dentures are scattered throughout Washington's correspondence with his dentist, John Greenwood, who I mentioned a few minutes ago. On the screen, you can see a letter from Washington to Greenwood from February 1795, in which he confirms receipt of an adjusted set of dentures, which he cryptically refers to as the letter's accompaniment. Washington's decision to disguise the purpose of his letters in correspondence with his dentist indicates that there was a social cost to openly discussing his struggles with dental disease, particularly during his presidency, when dentures remained the only means of physically disguising his ailment while in public. While a high-ranking person of means and influence like George Washington was able to seek out dentures to disguise the cavernous gaps in his smile, the monetary value of the materials and the cost of labor used to make these devices meant that the majority of those afflicted with dental disease as severe as Washington's could enjoy no such means of concealment. Archaeological research on burial sites has revealed the presence or absence of dentures across 18th century cemeteries. The Spitalfields Project, for instance, examined remains in cemeteries dated from the 18th and 19th centuries. The earliest examples of a denture dated to 1739 from the fairly wealthy Marylebone Cemetery. No false teeth or dentures were found at the poor Crossbones burial ground, and a middle-class Victorian and Georgian site in Canterbury failed to reveal dentures or false teeth. The reliance on tooth extraction and absence of dental apparatus in the remains from lower socioeconomic backgrounds indicates that even into the 19th century, dentures remained only within the purview of the wealthy. In the 18th century, the materiality of dentures embodied the global spirit of the age and could be made from elephant or hippopotamus ivory, porcelain, walrus tusk, human teeth, animal teeth, or a combination of multiple materials. The enamel from human teeth offered some level of protection within the oral environment, and similarly, porcelain didn't stain or deteriorate, making those dentures an attractive option for the very wealthy that could afford them. The dentures you see here are made from hippopotamus ivory on a ceramic stand that's carved with the feather motif of the Prince of Wales, later King George IV. To return to George Washington for just a moment, I should note that contrary to popular myth, the example of his dentures that they have at Mount Vernon, they are not made of wood. They're a blend of human teeth, cow teeth, as well as elephant and walrus ivory. Beyond the expensive global origins of the materials used in these devices, the production of dentures required skilled labor and fine artistic technique to create the best and therefore least noticeable product, as well as dedicated time to personalize them to each client. The biggest problem for the makers of dentures was obtaining a close, comfortable fit, and they usually demanded several adjustments. Dentists therefore needed to possess a high level of both scientific technique, especially if you're making porcelain dentures and firing them yourself, and artistic skill to create an effective yet aesthetically pleasing set of dentures. The demand for dentures by those wealthy enough to afford them highlights a societal inequality caused by shifting economic contexts. While the price of sugar decreased in the 18th century, making a product that was once a luxury more widely accessible across society, the increased consumption of this product corresponded to an increase in dental disease, which in turn fueled the desire for dental restorations and dentures to ameliorate the damage. As more and more people gained access to food products that significantly altered their diets and ultimately impacted their health, even as treatment and restoration methods improved, many still cannot afford them. The economic inequality at play here is encapsulated in the sale of teeth by the poor for use in the dentures of the rich. In Paul Craddock's analysis of consumerism in 18th century dentistry, he considers the field as a commercial endeavor and part of the 18th century consumer culture. The commodification of body parts, issues of consent, objectification of the body, and new relationships between individuals and social classes are all aspects of modern ethics that resonate within this 18th century exchange. The presence of teeth as a marketable commodity that was being traded signifies a specific economic, cultural, and social exchange taking place. In considering the social implications of that economic transaction, I also want to reflect on the various sources of donor human teeth used for dentures. As was previously mentioned, one source for these purposes were the bodies of soldiers. However, these sources extended beyond the battlefields, with teeth also being extracted from the poor, the enslaved, and executed criminals. A donor tooth was an object able to be physically and socially circulated, swapped, or exchanged, while constituting part of an individual's identity. Craddock examined representations of tooth transplantation that deal with body ownership and class, presenting instances of teeth transcending social barriers and classes. Upon removal from the donor, the teeth go beyond class and social standing to become part of the client receiving them, which at this time would have been a wealthy individual, whether the teeth were transplanted or fashioned into a denture. Thinking about the recontextualization of teeth from being part of one person's body to an object that could be bought and sold, either as individual teeth or in the form of a denture, raises further questions of the mechanisms that facilitated that transformation and the social and societal implications of that transaction, both for the donor and the recipient. The optimism and problem-solving impulses of the dental innovators operating during this age of revolutions also exploited inequalities and power dynamics, which I think is most clearly demonstrated in relation to dental disease through the production of dentures, making these objects a useful lens for exploring the impact of the age of revolutions on both medicine and society. Stinking breath or black teeth carry a stigma that is both peculiarly personal and entirely public, and as a result, dental treatment in the 18th century was clearly concerned with aesthetics as much as function. Through an examination of dentures, specifically their production and use, I hope I've highlighted for you one example of a fascinating thread within the intricate web of social, cultural, and economic ties that spread across the Atlantic during the Age of Revolutions. I believe these deeply personal devices are imbued with such complex layers of meaning and significance that they certainly merit wider discussion, which I look forward to continuing with the panel and the rest of the audience. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna try this. All right, all of you in the back, thumbs up? Okay, thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. And I wanna join my fellow panelists in thanking the organizers for putting on such a rich conference. I've really enjoyed it so far. I look forward to the rest of today. So the paper that I submitted and am about to talk about is from kind of collated from different parts of my book manuscript, which, as Charlotte mentioned, I'm in the early stages of adapting from my PhD dissertation. So I'm sort of at that famous pivot point, right? Here's the dissertation. What do I want the book to be? So I'm very glad to be here and to have your feedback. So looking through the lens of their kitchen gardens, my book explores how people made, contested, and circulated horticultural knowledge through their everyday work, experiments, and social interactions. So the piece of that work that I want to talk about today is, of course, the circulation part. While kitchen gardens were spaces intimately connected to and guarded by members of individual households, they were not and could not be bound by the borders of that household. In one sense, gardens quite literally overflowed the structures meant to contain them. Vines wound through fence pales, seeds were carried on the wind, pollinators zoomed in and out of the garden at will. In another sense, gardens were heavily influenced by ways of knowing and growing from outside their borders. They were made and tended with the help of one's neighbors. Neighbors circulated garden seeds, cuttings, advice, methods, and labors. Collaborative horticulture was not only part of kind of the ordinary rote of keeping a successful garden in early America, but it was also an opt-in experiment. It was a strategic choice that reflected a gardener's desire for improvement. And these experiments had dramatic results. As neighbors circulated items, helped each other turn the soil, and learned from each other, regional cultivation was physically transformed. Of course, as I'll show, horticultural circulation was not always harmonious or free-flowing. It was dictated by local conceptions of private property, by structures of race and class, and routines of debit and credit between neighbors. So as we've learned, and as we know, of course, the long 18th century was marked by this period of intensive botanical collecting and cataloging, which crystallized into organizations formed to discuss and transmit new garden crops and horticultural methodologies during the Age of Revolutions, including the one we're sitting in, right? These were woven into the founding of the United States, as we also know, as leaders sought to develop valuable exports to keep the new nation afloat. But we cannot understand horticulture's or growing things' role in the early American Republic without understanding everyday exchanges among neighbors laboring in pursuit of their daily vegetables. Ultimately, I argue the horticultural landscape of early America was shaped and reshaped by non-elite people's ways of knowing and working and by their networks of circulation. So without further ado, I'm going to kind of follow the plants as I think one should to dictate the outline of my talk today. So I'm going to use 4 moments of local knowledge circulation centered around 4 types of garden plants to illustrate my points. And we're going to start, of course, with apples. Over the course of several days in autumn 1824, and this is a later period, I know, than we're focusing on today, but hang with me because it has a deeper context. So over the course of several days in autumn 1824, Rhode Islander Thomas Hazard visited neighbors to collect apple seeds. Seen in deeper context, over 4 decades of his diary keeping and at least 16 years growing apples, Hazard's efforts appear a remarkable experiment that required labor, materials, and information from neighbors. In spring 1824, Hazard had hired laborers, neighbors, to build a fence, prepare fertilizer, and plow up an old garden in order to create an apple tree nursery. And so then, in October of 1824, his seed-seeking journeys began. He first went to, as you can see on the screen, Andrew Nicholas's after apple seeds and dined there. The following week, he went to George Cogden's after apple seeds. And finally, a few days later, Hazard went to George Cogden's again and got apple seeds and dined there. What gestures to an experiment in 1824 is not that Thomas Hazard was growing apples, right? It's New England, everybody was growing apples, but that he was growing apples from seed. This was unlike what Thomas Hazard had done in the past. His diary tells us that previously, over the course of previous decades, Hazard had managed his apple crop both in his garden and in his orchard by procuring full-grown trees and scions from neighbors. And that was more of the usual way to do it. Grafting trees together, as the sort of gardeners and farmers in the audience might know, grafting trees together produces a more predictable and better outcome regarding the tree's productivity and the taste of the fruit, most importantly. Grafting, for those who might not know, I've learned a lot about it in the last few years. Grafting is a form of plant propagation that, in the case of fruit trees, involves affixing a scion, which is essentially like a stick. It's a shoot or a twig, from one tree to a rootstock, the lower trunk and roots of another tree. If done correctly, this artificial union of the two trees causes them to eventually function as one plant. To me, it always looks like and feels like it shouldn't work, right? You're just sticking two things together, but it does. It's kind of miraculous. Through this method, there is some precision over what kind of tree will grow and even how big it will grow. But apple seeds are hybrids, meaning that planting the seeds taken from an apple will not grow a tree that will bear that apple variety. So it can be a fun experiment to buy a Honeycrisp from the store and plant the seeds, and you should try it, especially if you have kids, but you're not going to get a Honeycrisp. Further, it can take apple trees several years after being planted to bear fruit, even longer if starting from seed. So in 1824, we can see that Thomas Hazard was doing something different by collecting seeds. Almost certainly, conversations happened between Hazard and his neighbors about this project. On 2 of his visits, Hazard reported, of course, that not only did he just collect the seeds, but he also dined with these neighbors. This would have given the men and potentially their laborers and their wider households, who also would have had intimate knowledge of apple growing, ample time to converse about this project. Although, as I said, planting the seeds from an apple varietal does not produce an identical varietal, Hazard's deliberate visits to 2 neighbors, one twice, in pursuit of apple seeds from their apples seems to suggest that he was deliberately seeking something, right? He was looking for a certain type or a quality of seed. And certainly, Hazard's choice reflected observations he had already made of his neighbors' gardens and orchards. Something I've learned is that gardeners in the past and kind of in the present were nothing if not nosy. And it helps us all, right? It makes our gardens better. Hazard had recently bought a barrel of cider from George Cogden, perhaps to taste the results of Cogden's harvest before deciding whether to ask him for seeds. By tracing Thomas Hazard's apple seed acquisitions, we see not only the expansion of his garden and orchard operations, but also how interactions with neighbors fueled this experiment. The length of the record Hazard kept also shows us that he continually refined his apple tree operations over the course of his adult life, again, relying on his neighbors' trees, experience, and labor to do so. And to me, it seems humorous that in the same year and only a month before, Thomas Hazard was going from neighbor to neighbor and back again, attempting to achieve this goal of apple cultivation that was demanding huge amounts of work and time. Samuel L. Mitchell was writing to David Hossick, the president of the New York Horticultural Society, to complain about farmers like Hazard. I really wish, Mitchell wrote, that farmers would turn their thoughts more seriously to the apple. So next we turn to the circulation of holly trees in early Annapolis, where an enslaved man named William assisted free white silversmith William Ferris with various garden tasks between 1799 and 1803. And I know it's a little confusing with the two Williams. So the William whose surname I know, William Ferris, so that's the silversmith, it's his garden, he's an enslaver. And the one who I will just call William, he is the enslaved gardener. So William was enslaved by Richard Ridgely, a Maryland lawyer and state senator. As was common in early Republican Annapolis, William was hired out by his enslaver to work for others. In February 1799, Ferris wrote that, "William brought me a holly tree." William went on to bring 2 more trees to the Ferris garden in November 1799 and April 1800. These trees were transplanted from nearby woods, which suggests not only William's journeys to find the trees, but also his knowledge of local geography, ecology, and botany. William may have walked to one of the wooded creek banks bordering Annapolis to the north and the south, which you can see on this map. He might have instead turned inland, perhaps following the heavily forested road to Baltimore, marked again on this 1781 map of Annapolis. Holly trees are native to the Chesapeake watershed region, and only female trees grow kind of the famous red fruit, right, which ripen in the fall and linger throughout the winter. If Ferris had requested a tree that bore fruit, or indeed if he requested a male tree that did not, it was not accidental that William fetched 2 of them in the fall and the winter while the fruit was still visible, right? Makes sense. We might also view these additions as trial and error in another way. Female trees do not bear much fruit unless a male tree is present to fertilize them, and typically 1 male holly tree needs to be present for every 3 female trees. William may have realized this and adjusted the proportion of the trees in the Ferris garden accordingly. William's and other bound laborers' contributions to the Ferris garden were indispensable, and their exertions or lack thereof reveal how structures of enslavement, coercion, and resistance played out in horticultural spaces. In several instances, enslaved gardeners hired by Ferris broke tools, complained of illness, repeatedly brought incorrectly sized pea stakes, or didn't come to work at all. As William and others moved through early Republican Annapolis, encountering other free and Black Annapolitans, they learned to leverage their horticultural knowledge into effective means of resistance to their enslavement. So the same mobility and networks that made William and others horticulturally valuable to William Ferris also provided them with tools to negotiate their labors for themselves. So now we turn to, and apologies, we turn to what one might call current events. That is, you can't avoid garden puns in this line of work. I don't even try. So that is, in 1794, a dramatic event for currant fruit took place on the Ballard property in Hollowell, Maine, which demonstrates another way that horticultural circulation could be fraught as well as freely offered. Martha Ballard wrote in her diary in 1794 that Jason Livermore Jr. took currant sprouts of our land without leave. Upon realizing what had happened, Ballard called Jason back and made him return the sprouts. And apparently she didn't trust that there wouldn't be another theft attempt, because immediately Martha Ballard recruited her household to help her plant the currant sprouts in a safe spot, closer to the house, out in the garden. Currant plants and their fruits were used in the Ballard household for both cooking and healing. And of course, this is the famous Martha Ballard midwife, right? So healing is very much a part of why her household wanted currants and why they were so important. So at the time of the theft, the Ballards had grown currants for at least a decade, but these stolen currant sprouts were outside of that bounded horticultural space. They were, in Ballard's words, simply of our land. They were not in the garden, or Ballard would have not had to hustle to replant them there after the incident. So what was of our land? It seemed a gray area, or at least an untilled one, a location apart from the more clearly defined gardens and fields. As Ballard was able to see Jason stealing and then to physically waylay him to deliver her chastisement and reclaim the sprouts, the currant bushes must not have been growing too far from the house or from the sightlines of Ballard's regular outdoor chores. Further, Martha Ballard's account of the incident and the Ballard family's history with growing and processing currants suggests that these further afield currant sprouts were known about and the fruit counted upon for future consumption. In fact, Martha's categorization of them not as bushes or plants, but currant sprouts, may indicate that this patch of currant plants was young, perhaps even newly planted by the Ballards from trimmings from more mature bushes. Sprouts might therefore indicate a deliberate nursery planting, or at least wild growth that the Ballards had already identified and were keeping an eye on for the future. So as the currant sprout caper shows, garden plants were valuable commodities that could be taken without leave, just as they could be given freely. It also emphasizes that the garden was the place of greater security, right? When these sprouts were threatened, Martha Ballard hurriedly moved them into the garden. Like Ballard, other gardeners protested when their borders were crossed and their produce trampled or taken by human or by livestock. Fences, trespass, and theft were topics close to horticulture and topics frequently negotiated between neighbors. So to conclude, back here in Philadelphia, in an earlier context, in 1743, Pennsylvania botanist John Bartram wrote an amusing anecdote about eggplant to his longtime English correspondent and Royal Society fellow Peter Collinson. Though Bartram intended it as a joke at the expense of ordinary gardeners, it also reveals processes of local horticultural circulation in Philadelphia, as gardeners observed what was growing in each other's gardens, even if what grew was not what it seemed. Bartram remembered seeing a small sort of eggplant in Philadelphia, which grew on a high vine and looked so like cherries that the similarity became the basis of a prank. Dr. John Kearsley, Philadelphia physician and APS member, decided to affix these small eggplants to his cherry trees in late summer. The people, Bartram reported, were amazed, thinking the eggplants were cherries on a rare tree that produces such late fruit. Bartram and Collinson undoubtedly shared a transatlantic chuckle over an anecdote which to them highlighted the ignorance of the people. But in retrospect, the joke doesn't work without Philadelphia gardeners' knowledge of cherry trees and their seasonal cycles. Ordinary gardeners' amazement at the late fruit, the eggplant, indicates their understanding of when cherry trees usually bore fruit. Likely many of them had harvested cherries from their own trees weeks before. The joke also exemplifies how accustomed ordinary people were to observing and comparing each other's gardens. They noticed Kearsley's trees, they realized they were bearing fruit later than other cherry trees, and they commented on the fact. And apparently they did so with such force and surprise that Bartram, through Kearsley, had a joke to tell. Their observations of Kearsley's garden were part of a common practice among gardeners living and laboring together in a horticultural community. As I've shown, information was shared, cuttings were offered to neighbors, and the most productive plants were often soon growing in many gardens after starting in one. Perhaps the gardeners who were stunned by Kearsley's late fruit hoped he would be generous with cuttings from this extraordinary tree. Peering in at a neighbor's cherry tree with wonder, ordinary gardeners' curiosity, skill, and modes of circulating horticultural information played out in front of naturalists' eyes. And in turn, through naturalists like John Bartram's writings and connections, gardeners' efforts circulated in still wider and more formal scientific circles. And so, ordinary gardeners' ways of knowing and their networks of circulation did not only shape kitchen gardens locally, but also undergirded wider and formalizing scientific circles in early America and beyond during the Age of Revolutions. Thank you very much.
All right, it looks like we will have a generous amount of time for Q&A. I want to thank, again, our three speakers. Just to kind of say a few words to start out the discussion period. bringing these three talks together, as Dr. Polly noted yesterday, this conference focuses on a time that predates by several decades the term scientist, in reference to an individual. But, you know, given the talks over the course of yesterday and forward through today, it remains the case that much of the history that we do on science in this period focuses on special individuals, whether we call them researchers, whether we call them men of science or enlightenment. We use Dr. Toledano's term naturalists. In any case, a lot of this research centers on science that's conducted and developed by people who are devoting the bulk of their time and at least the majority of their identities to conducting science, and doing so for the benefit of others like themselves and shared through learned societies like the APS and others. But this panel focuses instead on the knowledge of non-specialists and regular people and the expertise that is shared throughout the general public. This panel's title is Everyday Science, but we could easily think of it also as Everyone Science, as these speakers have talked about scientific knowledge that extends through the time's otherwise fairly rigid boundaries of class, race, and gender. Dr. Gunter's paper interacts directly with work on the era's singular botanists, of whom we've heard a few talks already, but instead foregrounds the knowledge of everyday gardeners, demonstrating that not only was their knowledge science in itself, but also that it functioned at a much higher level of detail and function than even, as evidenced by the eggplant joke, than even the contemporary naturalists are giving everyone credit for. Dr. Miller tells a story of general knowledge in a moment when it's under conscientious revision. Death is, of course, one of the limited number of truly universal features of human life everywhere at all times. And changing the public's understanding of how you know whether someone is dead using brand new scientific knowledge provides a really fascinating case study of the intersection of science and society at one of the most fundamental features of life. And of course, another one of those limited items on the list of true human universals is, as Dr. Tonks describes, teeth. The experience of owning them, the profound personal, social, military, and political effects that can result from their damage or their absence, and even their material persistence, carrying both utility and meaning beyond the death of their original owner. So I would like to open this Q&A with a question myself for all three speakers on this note. So my question for each of you is, as historians, how would you like to see the common knowledge of the general public situated within the broader history of science? And whether your answer reflects that you'd like to see a change from the way you see it situated now.
Do I just talk?
Yeah, that was good.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. So I will just say, great question. I'll just give a little anecdote that something I struggled with a little bit in my dissertation, my last chapter. So it's all about kind of ordinary people. And then in my fourth chapter, I talk about the way naturalists were approaching ordinary gardeners and encountering ordinary gardeners. And I kind of struggled with that because I thought, Am I doing a thing where I'm saying everything in the rest of the work only matters because these scientists came around and sort of like codified it, right? Like, is that sort of the story I'm telling, and am I comfortable with that? And so I think that's something I still have more questions about than answers about, but I will say that as I'm approaching reframing my work, I'm trying to think of it in terms of the ways that these gardeners were interacting with naturalists was often on their own terms. If you've spent time in John Bartram's papers, for instance, you might have noticed that a lot of the gardeners he encounters are sort of unwilling to give up information, and this is filtered through the lens of John Bartram, or are pushing back Bartram is sort of saying, well, this grows like this, or that's not how you take care of this tree. And there are moments where you can see the gardeners kind of pushing back and saying, no, this is what I know to be true because I've cultivated this, I know about this plant. And so I'm trying to zero in on those moments. So I guess I would say in situating, the moments of grappling and disagreement have been really important to me in my work.
I think what really attracted me to looking at dental disease is that it is a unifying factor. We all deal with it and had to deal with it in terrible ways back before modern dentistry. But so looking at sharing common knowledge, it's a really interesting field to do it, especially before you're looking at practitioners, specialized practitioners coming in with new developments. I'm thinking about the herbal mouthwashes, those sort of remedies. I'd like to look into more, but I'm sure there is really fruitful common knowledge that was shared amongst communities and amongst people to try to alleviate some of this pain that everyone was dealing with, whether you were the king or one of the servants. So more to do there.
Thanks for this question. And I guess my way of thinking into this is actually through something I didn't talk about in the talk today, but which is the origin of these discussions within the medical community about the boundaries between life and death. And they're actually often coming from kind of anecdotal, almost like myths of actually people being buried alive. And so they're actually like the kind of elite medical discussion is coming out of real visceral concerns from what we would typically consider to be non-elite spaces. So there's this real entwinement and circularity and mutual reinforcement between what we might think of as non-elite spaces and elite spaces here. And I think the PIA account actually like takes this even further, right? So if you have then people who are kind of practicing what he's preaching, right? Then they now have a new conception of life and death, and then actually eventually there's going to be a push for changes in burial practice actually coming out of these new concepts. The other thing that is perhaps relevant to this question is that this is a medical debate that is playing out in the public sphere, and there's actually a lot of concern actually from some medical professionals that are saying if we as medical professionals can't establish certainty over this most fundamental question, we're going to lose the confidence of the public. And so there's actually some people who are saying like let's tamp down on this conversation. And so there is always this question of audience that's very much in mind that's actually giving some shape to the debate. And so I think that really thinking about these naturalistic or scientific, scare quotes, writings as being a part of this negotiation between writer and public is also a really good way of kind of reframing these questions.
All right, thank you all. We have at least 15 minutes of time for audience Q&A, so we'll start.
I have a question about the Waterloo teeth. So it was the British that were harvesting them, right? And did they harvest them from both sides?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, it was from both sides, and it was the local Belgian population that was doing a lot of the clearing of the
British military?
No. No.
I think I'm next. I have a question on death and drowning. I'm wondering if this conversation, if this debate, this exploration of the boundary between life and non-life was extended to conversations about the origin of life, spontaneous generation, obstetrics, other things like that in this period.
That's a great question, and I will say this is a brand new project for me. So actually, when you were like death and drowning, I was like, oh, that's my new. Okay, that's the thing I'll be responding to. So I guess I will say I don't know, other than there are there's a lot of these treatises about resuscitation that are circulating, and they're talking about drowning, they're talking about asphyxiation, and they're talking about stillbirths. So there's not much there about the sort of start of life, but stillbirths are one of the places where they are trying to reinforce that, or they're trying to, I guess, unreinforce. They're trying to ask questions about whether or not these infants are actually dead.
Thank I have 3 questions, one for Dr. Miller and 2 for Dr. Tonks. Dr. Miller, you talked about sort of the movement of resurrection as a concept from religion to science, and I've got to believe that makes 18th century French Catholicism apoplectic. So I'm wondering if you could address that a bit. And Dr. Tonks, 2 questions. One is, I've seen George Washington's teeth, and the mechanics of making that work look to be quite painful. I'm wondering if there's an 18th century version of Polydent, or when that sort of comes into play. And then secondly, somewhat macabrely, I'm wondering if, these dentures have a lot of value, and what happens to them after someone dies? Is there like a black market in dentures, or?
I'll be very quick and say I haven't seen anything yet, actually, that's causing a tremendous amount of concern, and I haven't looked that much at religious responses yet. So it's a great place for me to go. I will say the concerns that I've seen are coming primarily from within the medical community about the debates.
In terms of the mechanics of the dentures, I know when you had a full set, they were spring-loaded, so it was very hard. You couldn't eat with them; they would break. So, and when you look at some portraits of Washington, because his jawline, it's because he's clamping his mouth shut because the spring load. You have to fight against that when you've got them in. So that was that. Not sure about polydent, but I think it was the springs that I've read more about. And then, in terms of the black market, they were adjusted to each owner. So I presume you could readjust them if you were of a similar, if you were related to the person, had sort of similar shaped face. They were, generally the teeth were set in an ivory base if it was human teeth inserted, so they could be sculpted again. But I haven't read about specific times of them being resold.
Back in the back.
Hi, thank you so much. Those were fascinating papers. And I started thinking about indigenous knowledge through all of them. And in part, it was inspired by Mary's comments about drowning, because when I was working on this canal project, I found this case of men who drowned in Lake Nicaragua in a boat through a windstorm, and the only person who survived was indigenous, and he knew how to swim. And John Quincy Adams swam every day. So I was wondering whether swimming practices among indigenous communities actually influences any of the anti-drowning protocols, but it seems like it could apply to all 3 of your papers, whether indigenous gardening is also involved in the collection and circulation of common information, and what tooth care look like for common people who are not connected to French elites is also sort of interesting. So thank you.
Thanks for this. Swimming is like the flip side of my project, actually, so I'm thinking a lot about swimming and swimming lessons and swimming as a sort of itself a part of public health in this moment. I haven't seen much about swimming knowledge being transmitted through indigenous communities through, say, like French colonial work. There are obviously people who are working on the water who would be considered non-elites. I mean, I think the guy who rescues my opening case is, he's an écarisseur, which could mean either he's a butcher who's in charge of squaring off meats, or he's in charge of actually squaring off logs. So that's used in 2 different ways. I'm actually guessing it's logs because people that were doing log work would have worked along the river. So my guess is that's it. So anyways, a lot of the rescues are actually coming from laborers who are working there on the river. The one place where I've seen indigenous knowledge coming up in these anti-drowning practices, this is super weird, and I don't even want to. Okay, one of the things that's in Pia's medical kit is a tube for intestinal fumigation using tobacco smoke. And some accounts, this is a very widespread recommended practice in this period, and there are some accounts that suggest that it is something that was learned by Jesuits from indigenous communities in North America. I have not been able to confirm that at all, but that's the one place where I've seen parts of this discourse related to Indigenous knowledge in that way.
I just say I'm still in the quite early stage of this project, so I don't have any particular insight to offer there, but that is definitely a fascinating research path that I'm going to look into, because I think I'm sure there's scope for very interesting contributions there, so thank you for highlighting that.
Yeah, thank you for a great question. I will say that my focus of study is settler gardens. You know, I don't have that expertise, but I have learned a lot from other scholars on this front, specifically in terms of sort of trespass and livestock breaking into gardens. I think a lot about like Virginia Dijon Anderson's work. Brian Donahue has some great work on this. So understanding that settlers' livestock were wreaking havoc on indigenous polities, sort of cultivated spaces, and that was being sort of negotiated and causing conflict. I also, Susan Sleeper-Smith's recent book, which is just wonderful on this front, is about indigenous cultivation in the Ohio River Valley. And she is talking about the ways that George Washington and his kind of coterie during the French and Indian War are specifically kidnapping indigenous women because they know that these women are sort of the cultivators for their communities, and that to remove them is going to sort of do the most damage. But the other kind of point about this, I think, is that when you're looking at traveling naturalists or even people like George Washington, they're calling these indigenous cultivation spaces gardens, right? They're calling them gardens. And I think that's because that's a term they understand. There are women tending these spaces. They're like, okay, it must be a garden. But as Sleeper Smith has shown, these are actually huge fields, right? They're you know, not to kind of just flatten them to these settler terms, but they're much more grand in scale than a typical settler kitchen garden. And then just one more short point is something that I do see in my sources a lot is that people are planting and calling it Indian corn. They're saying Indian corn specifically, especially in an earlier context. So they are aware that this corn is from somewhere else, right? They are aware that this is cultivated by indigenous peoples. And that's something I definitely want to think more about. Thank you.
So I'll say we have about 7 minutes left, and I've clocked at least 3 questions. I'll also do a plug for APS Press, Benjamin Franklin Swimmer in the back, but I think we have a question here.
Yeah, I have 2 questions, one for Dr. Miller and one for Dr. Tonks. The first one to Dr. Miller is, did the compensation to bystanders change anything in terms of, I guess, the public attitude about giving aid to victims? Because I think you alluded to the fact that this was a practice that only lasted about 20 years. Did it give rise to any kind of Good Samaritan kind of, you know, approach to assistance to victims? And the second for Dr. Tonks is, I'm interested about your idea with the Waterloo teeth and the idea of memory. Have you found any records that sort of dive into the idea of memory relative to those teeth?
In terms of the Waterloo teeth, I looked at them as part of my chapter in my thesis about burial practices, memorials, and how that functioned to contributing to memory of Waterloo. So the fact that they were advertising these teeth as Waterloo teeth, I was looking at those advertisements and the way that it was appealing to have the teeth of the heroes of the battle in your mouth. I haven't found, unfortunately yet, any correspondence that mentions somebody speaking about their Waterloo teeth, but extrapolate on the fact that you're advertising this for a certain reason, it must have been a appealing prospect.
I would say for the average bystander, this is not an incentive. I think it is more important actually for the like official figures who are involved, so surgeons who are called, the people working in the guard stations, so that it becomes a part of their job that is compensated. I will also note, and this is, I think, in keeping with Pia's effort to just keep working on people no matter what, you get more money if you rescue them. And so I think there is a sort of incentive there to for those people in the more official capacities to keep working.
So I'm going to have both of our questions asked and then invite the panelists to answer whichever parts of it that they would like.
Thank you all. This was just a captivating panel, and I think it was interesting to think about it in terms of legitimacy. And Dr. Miller, you sort of spoke to this in your comments about losing the trust of the public at large. This is also a moment, the age of revolutions, in which political legitimacy is being questioned. So if anyone on the panel would like to talk about the ways in which that questioning political legitimacy and that sort of social sense of uprising might have contributed to what you're seeing in the debate over scientific legitimacy in these practices. Thank you.
And then we'll take the remaining question at the same time.
What was the contents of the drowning box?
All right, you have your 2 final questions.
You talked about, is this on?
Yeah, I can.
We got the question, I think.
I was. I'll go quickly and probably insufficiently. I do have a list, but I didn't bring it all with me. But the question is, what was in the drowning boxes? So there are flannels for warming bodies. There are a variety of smelling salts for reviving. There's a variety of bellows, both for inflating lungs and also this tubing for intestinal fumigation. And then there's actually tobacco. They've sort of thought through every process. So if you're going to do this tobacco smoke, insufflation, you have all the materials for it.
In terms of the political legitimacy side of things, I think Washington's really interesting to consider because he is suffering with this terrible condition with his teeth, but he's using the dentures to obfuscate that, to improve his political legitimacy. And then when you contrast that with kings just a little earlier, like Louis XIV had a terrible time with his teeth. He had an abscess, and I think they removed one of the teeth, and it ended up causing a hole in the palate of his mouth that had to be repaired. So to have a contrasting kind of political leader close together, is very interesting. And the fact that even though he's trying to draw attention away from his dental disease, John Greenwood, his dentist, says he's the dentist to George Washington. So you're sort of promoting that in his profession while he's trying to avoid it.
And I will say, on the legitimacy side, maybe not so deeply political as you're asking, but I think it is political, is that in this era, and especially into the early 19th century, we see this rise of scientific societies, right? Not just places like the APS, but also agricultural and horticultural societies, which some of them sort of purport to be open to ordinary farmers and gardeners. Not many sort of middling and lower class farmers and gardeners are, in fact, part of these groups. But these societies are sort of talking over and over again about the lack of diversity in ordinary folks' gardens, sort of the claim being that they're sort of planting the same things over and over, like their parents taught them, like their grandparents did before them, and that they're exhausting the soil, and they sort of don't have the horticultural management techniques needed in order to kind of keep their land productive. I push back against that, right? And I think it depends. Some people, of course, could not afford to, or did not have space to, or did not have sort of the soil or resources to sort of diversify, but that a lot of people did that, and that this neighborly exchange was in fact a way that people were seeking to diversify their gardens and sort of enrich their soil. So thinking about these societies, the dichotomy between what they were saying and what people were doing is one way that I'm sort of, thinking about legitimacy. Yeah.
In Pia's case, I think this is actually deeply, so first of all, he is sort of resting his entire political career on this anti-drowning set of initiatives. The other thing that I think is really important is that the Paris version of this is adamantly not rooted in informal social organizations. It is a citywide, deeply centralized measure with these like quasi-militarized guard stations that are set up along the river. It is not operating like the humane societies in these other spaces. So I think it's replicating a sort of centralized, more absolutist model. And I'll just note these like medical boxes, you have to write to Paris if you live in the provinces, and PIA will send them. I mean, there is a sort of economic side to this, but PIA will send them to you. This is actually a practice that continues all throughout the Napoleonic period, where again, the provinces all throughout are actually required to order medical boxes from this centralized space. So it's really attempting to standardize this practice, not only in Paris, as is in the 1770s, but eventually all throughout France and in fact, the Napoleonic Empire.
All right, and that brings our panel to a close this morning. Thank you again to our three speakers.
All right.
All right, I believe that discussion may now continue over a half-hour coffee break, and we will meet back here at 11. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to panel 4, which is Explorers, Exploration, and Collecting. This panel will be chaired by Adriana Link, who is the curator for the history of science here at the American Philosophical Society. She received her PhD from the Department of History of Science and Technology at the Johns Hopkins University in 2016, where she specialized in the history of 20th century American anthropology. Her work has been published in the Journal of the History of the Behavioral Sciences and The Atlantic, as well as in the edited volume on global transformation in the life sciences from 1945 to 1980, which came out in 2018. She is currently preparing a book manuscript on the history of urgent anthropology at the Smithsonian Institution, and up until 20 seconds ago, I didn't actually have her bio because I forgot to pick it up from one of our organizers. So then I was going to make up my own additions to what Adriana does, because I know her and I can do that. In her spare time, Adriana likes to hang glide over national parks. When she's not doing that, she's trying very hard to crossbreed tomatoes and guacamole so that you could have a plant that prepares you absolutely for avocado-based guacamole with only one ingredient. And for those of you who don't believe tomatoes belong in guacamole, I'm so sorry to tell you that you're wrong. Finally, she is working extremely hard to perfect chia pets as a sustainable means of infusing chia seeds in all of our diets. They're extremely important and an excellent source of protein. Without further ado, panel 4.
Thanks so much, Michelle, for that introduction. I never knew that I had a secret career as a hang glider, but maybe now's the time. Why not? It's my great pleasure to chair this panel on explorers, exploration, and collecting. And as has now been custom for this event, I will go through all of the bios for our presenters in the order that they will share their papers today. So first up, we'll hear from Cameron Strang, who's Associate Professor at the University of Nevada at Reno, who is an early Americanist who focuses on the history of science. What a combination here today, as well as borderlands, Native America, and the Atlantic world. His first book, Frontiers of Science, Imperialism and Natural Knowledge in the Gulf South Borderlands, 1500 to 1850, won the Summerlee Book Prize and the Michael V.R. Thomason Book Award and was published in 2018. He's received support for his research from numerous institutions, including the Smithsonian, Library of Congress, and the National Science Foundation and the McNeil Center, among others, has written a number of articles on this work, and also has co-edited HOSLAC, is that? HOSLAC, which stands for the History of Science in Latin America and the Caribbean. He's currently working on a new history of American exploration, which is the topic of his paper today. After Cameron, we'll hear from Diego Perillo, who is professor of Italian studies at the University of California at Berkeley, where he is also affiliated with the history department. His work explores how mobility, displacement, and colonialism shaped the intellectual and cultural history of early modern Italy, Europe, and the Atlantic world. His publications include The Refugee Diplomat, Venice, England, and the Reformation, which came out in 2018, and was also awarded the 2019 MLA Aldo and Jean Scaglione Prize for Italian Studies, and more recently, the Atlantic Republic of Letters, Knowledge, and Colonialism in the Age of Franklin. Again, a very pertinent topic, which is forthcoming in 2026. This book, studying the transatlantic circulation of books and information in the long 18th century, examines how early American scholars envisioned and coordinated the colonial project. And last, but of course not at all least, is Laura Clerks, who is a PhD candidate at Boston College. She brings a background in research and postgrad work in biology to her doctoral studies in history, and is currently completing a dissertation entitled Nature's Properties, Science and Commerce in Early America from 1780 to 1850. She remains grateful to have received support for this research from here, the APS, and I should say Diego, too, was a fellow here at the APS. As well as the Consortium for the History of Science, Technology, and Medicine, the Massachusetts Historical Society, and Mount Vernon Ladies Association. And she recently began serving as Senior Editorial Assistant for the Journal of the Early Republic. And with that, I'll turn it over to Cameron to get us started.
Good? All right, thank you all very much for this very spirited conference. So the paper I'm giving today on African exploration is part of this broader book-length project that I'm doing that I'm calling Knowledge is Survival, a new history of American exploration. And the idea of it's really to turn our assumptions about the practitioners and goals of exploration on their head, right? Like we have this vision in our minds that explorers are these white guys building empires. This is not untrue, but my book's trying to tell the other half of this story about the indigenous black and white folks who start exploring to survive the world that colonialism creates. So in this project, covering more and more time, it sort of goes back to the mythical oral history past, really gets going around 1200 and goes into the late 1800s. And so the piece I'm talking about today is coming from what I expect to be the next to last chapter on the Revolutionary era and the early Republic. And in today's talk, I argue that during the age of revolutions, both black and white Americans sent explorers to Africa to save their respective communities from each other. That for African Americans, this is rather obvious, right? That white folks oppressed them all the time, including northern free blacks, and they were really seeking a path to greater freedom, greater safety in Africa. Well, at the same time, these are individuals who really were starting to conceive of this sort of broader African diasporic community of enslaved people throughout the Americas, but also indigenous Africans. And they really saw these expeditions as part of this broader effort of uplifting and really saving all of these peoples. But these enslaved and also free African American would-be explorers really lacked resources. They lacked political clout. So they found themselves relying on powerful white Britons and Americans to undertake their projects. And in doing so, they really found themselves having to negotiate with white people who had very different priorities and whose own priorities get entered into the equation. So for these white folks who end up often sponsoring black exploration, they're really concerned about their destruction at the hands of black people. That white Americans really encourage blacks to explore Africa because they hoped that the observations and the reports coming out of Africa would encourage African American immigration to Africa, and thus, in their minds, save white America from these dreaded perils of slave uprisings and race war. And it's really worth mentioning just how intense a fear this was among white Americans around the age of evolution. As Thomas Jefferson put it, he was sure that unless we got rid of black people and sent them somewhere else, it would end up in a race war that would, quote, end with the extermination of one race or the other. So this paper then really suggests that these expeditions to Africa were integral to, but at the same time kind of challenge longstanding interpretations of exploration during the Age of Revolution. So that exploration in this era was not just a tool of white empire builders like Captain Cook, Lewis and Clark, these people who you've heard a lot about, but it also enabled people who really feared for their own liberty and for their lives to pursue knowledge that they hoped would save them from domination and destruction. So in the Age of Revolutions, which I'm putting around 1760 to 1820, which is a pretty standard definition, both enslaved and free black folks in America really seek greater freedom by discovering routes to Africa. And throughout, for enslaved people, you see a lot of this in the runaway ads, one of our main sources for the travels of fugitives. And a lot of these point to the, at least in the minds of the white people who wrote these ads, the intent of enslaved people to find paths back to Africa. As one ad from Georgia in 1775 puts it, that 4 people fled in a stolen canoe and headed out into the ocean with the plan of, quote, look for their own country. At the same time, and what I'll be focusing on mostly in today's paper, is how free African Americans in the North were also pondering expeditions and undertaking them to Africa. And although they were not enslaved, these are people who faced a relentless assault on their liberty and often the threat of violent re-enslavement at the hands of slave catchers. And a lot of this movement sort of congeals around these voluntary associations that start to form in northern cities in the aftermath of independence. And the first group to really push this agenda is Newport's Free African Union Society, which in 1787 hatches this plan to, quote, send a number of men from among ourselves to Africa to obtain information, acquire lands, and report back home on what they find. And if their observations are favorable and the reports are good, to immigrate en masse to West Africa. Their plan also encompassed a vision of saving Africans, that they wanted to Christianize African heathens in their mind. There was a very sort of uplift aspect of this in their minds and really save Africans from what they saw as the destruction of the slave trade. And these free black men and women in the North were particularly interested in Sierra Leone, which has recently been founded as this sort of experimental colony for freed people by the British government, but one that they really knew very little about aside from the fact that it existed. Not surprisingly, this group in Newport really lacked resources, though it couldn't really fund this expedition themselves. So they started looking to white allies, including the Reverend Samuel Hopkins, who is this Newport minister who for a while now had been envisioning a plan of training formerly enslaved missionaries, sending them to West Africa. And he ends up becoming a big booster for this movement in Newport, that he goes on these fundraising campaigns and such, and very much encourages the Newport group to, quote, search that country for a place where a settlement may be made, because in his mind it could, quote, draw off the blacks and save America from a great calamity. This plan, though, it sort of loses traction until 1794, when another voluntary association in the northern states, out of Providence's African Society, took action. As the secretary of that group, James Mackenzie, put it in a letter to the Newport group, the plan was, quote, to inform ourselves of what we would wish to know by sending a man of our own complexion to Sierra Leone. And the man who ended up going was James Mackenzie himself. So his reports from this expedition are lost, but what we can gather from the fragments left is that he was very interested in not only analyzing the kind of possibilities for agriculture and relations with local people, but also the sort of judicial system and how much it would actually protect the freedoms, their sort of natural rights that they expected. And through the negotiations with the British governor, Zachary Macaulay, they were able to sort of get Macaulay to kind of hedge his bets. And he says, all right, I will welcome 12 immigrant families to Sierra Leone from Providence, but they need to get a letter of recommendation from Samuel Hopkins to come. Because as he wrote in his letter to Hopkins, quote, he feared that the poison of the age of reason may have pervaded even this class of men. And this is a quote I've thought about very differently in light of Michael's paper from yesterday, that this Providence group that might actually, in the mind of Macaulay at least, been very much one of these kind of radical intellectual communities that conservatives like Macaulay were very much afraid of. So I'm eager to work that into this paper. For reasons that aren't clear, but probably very much reflect Macaulay's concerns, Hopkins refuses to write these letters of recommendation, and this vision stalls again. The main guy who would pick this back up over a decade later was Captain Paul Cuffey, who is a Black and Wampanoag Quaker. He was a ship owner and a mariner based out of Westport, Massachusetts. And in 1809, he started pondering this, what he called a voyage to Sierra Leone, in order to inspect the situation of the country, a very exploratory goal. And again, in this sort of diasporic community sense that, as he put it, as I am of the African race, I feel myself interested for them. So from 1811 to 1812, he undertakes this reconnaissance voyage. We'll sort of skip over the details to this. There was a lot of enthusiasm from the British and initially from the federal government for this, but it really stalls out in the midst of the War of 1812 with this embargo between British and American trade, and there's a refusal to allow him to undertake this project on the part of Congress. But Cuffey is really able to keep this project alive because at the same time he's circulating reports to the British and the federal government, he's sending this whole other set of oral and published reports directly targeted toward the African American communities. And he's really taking a lot of effort to disperse information that he gathers in Sierra Leone to drum up support for immigration. And it sort of works, that after the War of 1812, Cuffey's able to lead a group of 38 free migrants to Sierra Leone, but it's not really as many as he would hoped, and the venture really bankrupts him. So that by the time he gets back to America, he feels this, urgent need to sort of build up alliances. And the way he chooses to do this is by really playing to the fears of white colonizationists, people who wanted to send off black folks to Africa so they wouldn't be here. As he puts it in his message to one of the sort of leading white colonizationists at the time, that if they were to help support this venture, it would, quote, prevent all insurrection and bloodshed that these guys were terrified of, at the same time saving whites from, quote, swift destruction. And early colonizationists really glommed onto this. And they pumped Cuffey for information, everything about Sierra Leone and West Africa, because he was truly the sort of American expert on this topic at the time. And they were asking about all the things he discovered and encouraging him to go exploring again to find a suitable site. Cuffey's really sick and basically dying at this time, but he does really steer the ACS, the American Colonization Society, towards Sherbro Island, which is just south of Sierra Leone. And he's really sort of pushing this as the ideal site for a colony. So this infamous American Colonization Society, which is founded just a few months after Cuffey's return, really becomes the driving force behind exploring and colonizing West Africa by the late 1810s. And while they did pay lip service to the idea that this venture would, save African Americans, it would save Africans, it was really a project driven by saving white Americans from black Americans. As one of the founders, Robert Harper, put it, he said, "The danger of cherishing in our bosom a distinct nation which can never be incorporated with us need not be pointed out." Still, the ACS really, the leaders really recognized that exploration was an important first step in all of this. Not only would it provide, the sort of exact information that they needed about where to go, who to meet with, who to treat with, but they had this very sort of sanguine idea that if they came back with like, quote, facts, that this would overcome the distrust in the minds of African Americans towards colonization as this white-led enterprise. And the African American community sort of broadly very much turned against this plan when it became under the aegis of these sort of white slave owners who ran the ACS. Oh, did I not get there? Oh, sorry. So one of the Society's first official actions then was to send the Reverend Samuel J. Mills and Ebenezer Burgess to, quote, explore a part of the coast of West Africa for the purpose of ascertaining the best situation for colonizing the free people of color. So Mills and Burgess went in 1818 and came back with these very glowing reports, right, about how fertile it was, how much the indigenous people really wanted them to come, how healthy it was until Mills died. And the ACS, though, is really eager to publish good news. So they, and they're glossing on this report that they published in their annual report, talking about how the report, quote, must have satisfied every impartial mind, saying that this is the thing to do. But the ACS really faced a credibility problem. The African Americans, as I mentioned, were deeply critical of colonization as a white-led enterprise, and they didn't trust the society, they didn't trust its agents' reports. So in a very odd irony, the ACS came to believe it depended on black explorers to advance its goal of saving white America from black people. As one ACS founder put it, however distrustful of the whites, black Americans will confide in the reports made to them by people of their own color and class. And as you all know, the history of science is chock full of examples of white people discrediting black people's observations and knowledge, and this is an interesting case in which the shoe is very much on the other foot. So the ACS really began actively recruiting, quote, individuals among them worthy of trust and confidence to explore the country and present its importance to their brethren in such a manner as must command their fullest confidence. Although, as I said, most African Americans were deeply skeptical of the ACS and its goals, Some people did jump on this offer. For instance, there were 19 men in Philadelphia who sent a group letter to, quote, offer their services to go to the coast of Africa on wages for a year and return if they choose and bring back the report to America. And the ACS's really star explorer was a minister from Maryland, Daniel Coker, who was among the first colonists to go to Sherbro in 1820. And he had this deal with Maryland's branch of the ACS to send back reports and open letters that they would publish in their reports. And in his earliest journals and reports, Coker really praised Sherbro. He's like, this place is where you can come for freedom. We are uplifting Africans. We are ending the slave trade. Come over and join us. And he really leaned on his, his authority as an on-site explorer to validate his, very optimistic assessments. As he put it, none but those who come and see can judge. 3 months later, a third of all these colonists are dead. And by 1821, Croker's journals had really changed in tone to a record of, quote, sickness, death, and disappointment. And the ACS started kind of quietly filing these away in archives instead of publishing them in the fear that their own star explorers' reports had really backfired on their expectations. Ultimately, because of the sort of mass of bad reports coming out of Sierra Leone, mostly about death from malaria, Black explorers' reports really did little to attract new migrants to Sherbro, which in 1821 would become the colony of Liberia. But this colony would never have taken root if both Black and white Americans during the Age of Revolution had not believed that exploration and colonization could save their respective people. And I think it's really interesting that this tradition of salvatory exploration really persists in Liberia, that after achieving its own independence in 1847, Americo-Liberians like James Sims and Benjamin Anderson start going on these explorations into the African interior on behalf of the Liberian government, both to save their own fledgling republic and also because they had this ongoing goal of ending the slave trade, uplifting heathen Africans in their minds. So all of which is to say is that for Liberians and Americans alike, safety and salvation very much continue to remain just beyond the horizon, something to explore and discover over there. Thank you.
Okay, so first of all, thank you to the organizers. This is such a wonderful conference. I'm so glad to be here. I'm learning so much. I was a fellow of the APS in 2022, and I'm so glad to have the chance to be back and to share some of the work that I did actually when I was a fellow here. So my paper focuses on two early American collectors and antiquarians. The Swiss scholar Pierre-Eugène du Cimetière and the early American scholar Benjamin Smith Barton, who was professor of Materia Medica at the University of Pennsylvania. They were both members of the APS. Du Cimetière, briefly, he was the curator of the museum for a few years between 1776 and 1781, while Barton was more influential. He served not only as curator, but also as vice president of the APS. The paper I'm presenting today is based on the last chapter of my book, entitled The Atlantic Republic of Letters, Knowledge and Colonialism in the Age of Franklin, which is forthcoming with Penn. So I would like to give you a very brief overview of the larger project so I can situate these two case studies. But before I start, I just want to alert the audience that the events I trace in this paper and in my book are very violent and disturbing, and that there are long-term consequences that still haunt us today. Okay, so I'd like to start from a very famous painting, Samuel Jennings' Liberty Displaying the Arts and Sciences, commissioned by the Library Company of Philadelphia and completed in 1792. Liberty in the guise of a pale-skinned blonde woman garbed in white, is seated in a neoclassical temple. She is surrounded by various emblems of the arts and sciences. At her feet, there is a broken chain. Across from Liberty, there is a group of black figures, 2 men, a woman, and a child, who bow and stretch out their hands in an attitude of supplication. Behind them, the temple opens onto a landscape scene where a larger group of black figures sits, stands, and dances around a liberty pole. Traditionally, the painting has been considered an expression of the progressive politics associated with Quaker abolitionism, and especially with the Library Company. More recent scholarship, however, has challenged this interpretation, calling the attention to the Library Company's ties to the slave trade, to the painting's references to the revolution in Haiti, which had just begun at the time, or to the racialized construction of liberty, arguing that what the painting reveals is in fact the racial politics inherent in Anglo-American abolitionism. I'm interested today in one single detail, specifically in the depiction of books, and especially in the book that Liberty is holding, which is the catalog of the Library Company. This is significant also because a new library catalog had just appeared in 1789. It was a very ambitious catalog inspired to the Encyclopédie by Diderot and D'Alembert. But instead of reading the painting as a simple celebration of books, as a vehicle for abolitionism and liberation, I see it as a statement about the close connection between knowledge and colonialism, which is the subject of my book. So I study the relationship between books and conquest and argue that in early America, the life of the mind was inseparable from colonial violence. In 18th century North America, when European rule was anything but firm and stable, early American scholars helped to imagine and put into practice the colonial project. Although they publicly fashioned themselves as cosmopolitan and impartial scholars, they worked in tandem with political and religious powers and tailored their ideas to the needs of their patrons. The cultural institutions they created were far from ivory towers. Libraries, such as the Library Company, function as both repositories of knowledge and colonial outposts. Book collecting was hardly a disinterested pastime. Through the ideas they circulated and through their material form, European books served as the embodiment of colonial authority. They were not only scholarly tools to be read and annotated, but also markers of status, and were consciously used as such in the processes of elite formation and consolidation. Not only were books, libraries, and cultural institutions founded by the wealth created by the slave trade, but I argued the very taxonomies and classification systems that Euro-American scholars devised directly shaped the colonial enterprise. Various disciplines and intellectual practices, such as botany, lexicography, historiography, antiquarianism, and so on, served as the instruments of European order, facilitating the classification and subjugation of North America's nature and peoples. So while my book builds on the work of scholars who have studied the Republic of Letters in early America, such as Caroline Winter, Mark Peterson, Anthony Grafton, my book is not concerned exclusively with intellectual history. Rather, it focuses on the relationship between books, intellectuals, and colonial governmentality, and explores the way in which knowledge circulated and shaped conquest. Precisely because they lack the power to dictate terms to indigenous peoples, colonists invested in cultural capital to supplement their precarious authority and navigate the volatile political landscape they faced. Scientific knowledge served to imagine a colonial mastery that in the 18th century continued to be a far-fetched ambition rather than a realistic and achievable goal. Scholars could easily implement taxonomies and classification systems over book, artifacts, and natural specimens, but had little power over the infinity of indigenous peoples that inhabited the continent. Ordering knowledge in libraries, museums, archives allowed them to keep imperial ambitions alive and to elude an unstable balance of power that was rarely in favor of European colonists. While indigenous peoples understood settler colonialism all too well and thwarted its plans through diplomatic and military efforts, I also suggest that they began to lose ground, at least in Northeast North America, at the end of the 18th century. So if initially the Republic of Letters developed within a middle ground that forced both parties to adapt and accommodate, colonial intellectuals eventually contributed to break down the accommodation system. Although this was a long and winding process, I consider the 1779 Sullivan expedition against the Iroquois as a decisive turning point. The Sullivan expedition, which indigenous activists and scholars now refer to as a genocide, forever changed the Iroquois' relationship with the American government. And as I show in the paper that I'm presenting today, it was precisely at that moment that the first anthropology museums were established in America, collecting spoils of war and transforming them into display objects. Early American scholars relegated indigenous peoples to a distant past that would inevitably be overcome by Euro-American civilization. So my first case study, I'll now briefly touch upon the two case studies that I've examined in my paper. So my first case study concentrates on the Swiss scholar Pierre-Eugène du Cimetière. He moved to America in 1763 and worked for various government projects as archivist, curator, and painter. In June 1782, beset by financial difficulties, Du Cimetière decided to turn his personal cabinet of curiosities into a public museum. And in presenting his museum in 1782, he divided his collection into two broad and we could say generic categories, naturalia and artificialia, two categories that have long been used by early modern collectors. Among the naturalia, Du Cimetière included all sorts of natural specimens, while most of the artificialia in the museum consisted of indigenous artifacts. So the Du Cimetière museum was substantial, but it was dispersed. We still have Du Cimetière's archive manuscripts, but not the objects in his museum. But nonetheless, his letters and papers contain abundant evidence on the provenance of the indigenous artifacts in his museum. And this is just one example. So dozens of items in Du Cimetière's museum came from the plunder of General Sullivan's campaign against the Iroquois. Du Cimetière placed close attention to the campaign, collecting all the material he could find. Among his papers are not only copies of Sullivan's journals and letters, but also a rich body of notes on the itinerary of the expedition, as well as the military strategy employed by the American Army. His interest lay not only in military affairs, but also in the geography and ethnography of Iroquois. His notes include illustrations of various artifacts, places, and peoples encountered by Sullivan. So as Du Cimetière correspondence reveals, in the late 18th century America, the collecting of indigenous artifacts developed as a result of the growing anti-Indian violence of the Revolutionary years. Along with objects, warfare also gave American collectors a chance to add indigenous bodies in the form of scalps and other human remains desecrated and removed from burial sites to their museums. And that was also at least Du Cimetière tried to do that for his collection. While they bring to light the provenance of the indigenous collections, Du Cimetière's papers also indicate to what end the items were gathered and put on display. So during the Revolutionary War, Du Cimetière's museum, and that's my thesis, served as a giant repository of information on Native Americans, a repository that celebrated US military victories and at the same time facilitated the ongoing dispossession of indigenous peoples. Sullivan and other army officers did not simply donate artifacts, but they also visited the museum to deepen their knowledge of the Six Nations. In February 1781, for example, Sullivan borrowed several maps, including one of the Indian country and another one of his march. The cimetière museums also had hundreds of books and gave visitors access to a wide range of written sources of Native American cultures and languages. Among those who borrowed books from the cimetière were Anthony Benezet, Thomas Paine, Benjamin Rush, and many others. So I move now to my second case study, the cabinet of the APS, where du Cimetière worked as curator from 1776 to 1781. So in 1799, the Transactions of the APS announced the creation of a committee devoted to the study, I quote, of the antiquity, changes, and present state of America, requesting members and correspondents to send their contribution regarding the customs, the customs, manners, languages, and characters of the Indian nations, ancient and modern, and their migration. In order to carry out such a project, the Society proposed to systematically gather Indian artifacts from burial sites in North America and investigate the content and structure of Native American tumuli. In February 1796, a number of Indian antiquities was presented to the Society by Colonel Winthrop Sargent, Secretary of the Ohio Company of Virginia, a group of Revolutionary War veterans and speculators seeking to develop land north of the Ohio River. The Society entrusted Benjamin Smith Barton, who was curator of the museum and also professor of materia medica at the University of Pennsylvania, to prepare a drawing and a description of the Indian antiquities presented by Sargent. Following the methods of 18th century French antiquarians, Barton published drawings of each object, drawings that appeared in the transactions that you can see here on this slide. So he published drawings of each object and recorded the object's shape, color, and size, as well as the material and techniques used in their manufacture. Examining the three objects made of copper, Barton pondered over the technique used to produce them and suggested that the art of hardening copper had been developed, in his words, by a people more ancient than the Incas. In his view, this suggested that the artifacts and the tumuli in which they had been found had not been built by Native Americans, but rather by an ancient civilization, which he defined as a race of people who had made much greater advances in the arts than the present races of Indians. End of the quotation. Barton remained vague on the identity of this ancient civilization, speculating that it might coincide with the pre-Columbian Toltec civilization and highlighting their cultural affinities with the Aztecs, which he considered a people much more polished than any of our present Indian tribes. And so to conclude, for Barton, indigenous artifacts and tumuli proved that North America had once been inhabited by a highly sophisticated culture of mound builders whose glorious past augured a successful future for the new American Republic. Like Du Cimetière's museum, the collecting of Indian antiquities at the APS was weaponized to serve the colonial agenda, positing the existence of an ancient American civilization and arguing that this was responsible for the artifacts found in the Ohio Valley. Barton denied Native Americans the status of original inhabitants, framing them as invaders who had sacked the mound builders' kingdom as the so-called barbarians had done, causing the fall of the Roman Empire. By occupying and selling indigenous lands, Euro-American colonies could thus claim that they had not displaced a native population, but rather restored the ancient American grandeur. And I'm going to stop here, but let me just acknowledge that the historical events that I traced have significant long-term consequences that are still, and we are still confronting these consequences today as the current controversies over restitution and repatriation suggest. Thank you.
All right, can you hear me? Excellent. Okay, so thank you everyone for having me. It's been a real pleasure to be here and be a part of the panel. Thank you to the conference organizers. I'm going to present today on a small piece. Let's see, this is the, okay. A small piece of my larger dissertation project, which is entitled Nature's Properties, Science and Commerce in Early America. And it explores how the members of early American scientific societies were deeply invested in the creation of a national economy and how their engagement in both the practice and theory of political economy actually shaped the understanding that they had and that they codified of the natural world. If you've looked at my larger paper, which I kind of hope you haven't, there's like 2 parts, but for the sake of time, I'm going to focus on the first piece of the paper, and it advances kind of one argument, which has to do with the way that mid-19th century codified published science has this historical dimension and is based out of the experiences of people working to kind of create a viable colonial political economy during this age of revolutions. Okay, so I'm going to get started. Nope. There we go. Okay. So it was not until the 1830s that the salt-bearing rock of the Ohio Valley became the object of geological study in anything like the modern sense. In 1833, the Ohio physician Samuel Prescott Hildreth published in Benjamin Silliman's American Journal of Science and the Arts an article entitled Observations on the Saliferous, or Salty, Rock Formation in the Valley of the Ohio. And so at this point, Silliman's journal has become kind of like the de facto publication of the Connecticut Academy of Arts and Sciences, as well as soliciting contributions from others. Hildreth's father had been a shareholder in the Ohio Company, a late 18th century land company formed for the purposes of settling New Englanders in the Ohio Valley region. Although his father never relocated from the family's home in Massachusetts, Hildreth the son migrated to Marietta, the company's first settlement town, in 1806. Some 27 years later, he presented readers with his descriptive geology of the Ohio Valley. He described the region as sitting atop a formation of saliferous rock, extending more than 100 miles in breadth and several hundred in length along the Allegheny Mountain Range. He speculated that this saltwater-containing rock was present in regions where sandstone predominated, reasoning that the 2 rock formations were known to accompany each other. But he cautioned that hypotheses like this one needed to be confirmed, as rock strata often varied in thickness and position depending on particular and local circumstances, such as the presence or absence of a river. How had Hildreth come to this knowledge of Ohio geology in 1833? The first Ohio State Geological Survey, to which he would be assigned as an assistant, was not authorized by the legislature until 4 years later in 1837. The first official report published by the survey repeated much of the information contained in Hildreth's 1833 article in Silliman's journal. But by this time, readers were given images, detailed vertical cross-sections of the rocks that lay beneath the surface of the state. The first page of the report shows a vertical series of shaded rock strata, proceeding up from the bottom layer, which was called the Great Limestone Deposit, to the upper coal series. In 2 places in the image, one to the left of the bolded text denoting the Scioto River, and the other to the right of the bolded town of Jackson, Ohio, are small italicized notes denoting the location of salt wells that had been previously dug into the rock strata. The wells, small and insignificant as they appear in the report's cross-section, bear testament to the ways in which the Ohio Valley's geology came to be known to science. Salt, indispensable in the preservation of food and the care of livestock, was a vital commodity in early America. In the 18th and 19th centuries, many people living along the eastern coast of North America obtained salt made by evaporating seawater. The presence of this necessary component of daily life became a selling point for those who might settle beyond the easy reach of the eastern shoreline. And projectors of migration and settlement schemes seldom neglected to name salt among the mineral resources that might be found in abundance in the territories that they advertised. The Ohio Company was no different. The 1780s Trans-Allegheny world was one of competitive geopolitics centered around control of land, resources, and trade. In a 1788 pamphlet designed to encourage subscription to the Ohio Company venture, company director Manasseh Cutler explained the value of the new territory with reference to its place in a regional economic geography. The situation of the Ohio lands alone, he said, quite apart from their natural fertility, close quote, would offer the Ohio merchants an advantage. Before the completion of the Erie Canal in 1825, New Orleans seemed the most promising trading outlet for goods from the Ohio Valley. Merchants who settled in the Ohio country could, Cutler predicted, pay farmers higher rates for the flour, wheat, and hemp grown in upstate New York because it would cost them less to transport these commodities down the Mississippi River to East and West Florida and the West Indies. Likewise, the Ohio merchant could outcompete the Philadelphia merchant in carrying goods to the markets of Spanish-controlled New Orleans and West Florida. Cutler's vision for the region's economy extended beyond the British Empire's colonial focus on trade and foodstuffs to embrace the manufacturing capacity and the potential for a regional economy. The availability of raw materials and the ease of their transportation, he wrote, meant that there is no place more suitable from its situations and productions for the establishment of manufactures than this. Salt springs and coal mines in particular abounded in the new territory. Despite Cutler's glowing insistence on the presence of mineral resources, access to salt proved difficult for early settlers in the Ohio River Valley. In the 3 decades after the Revolution, they still imported nearly all of their salt from East Coast cities. From the period of the Ohio Company's active settlement in 1788 until Ohio's incorporation as a state in 1803, a bushel of salt cost from $4 to $8, which is well above the 30 cents that Ohio citizens would be paying by 1848. On the settlers' part, this was not for lack of trying to take advantage of the salt springs in and around the Ohio Company's property. In 1789, company surveyor James Backus noted in his field book a rock formation from which some kind of salt exudes. A few years later, in the midst of war between the United States and the Northwest Confederacy of Native Peoples who lived in the territory now claimed by the United States, settlers learned from war captives of nearby springs where their native captors boiled salt. The mere suggestion that salt rock might really be present in the company's purchased lands stimulated the directors to take action. The following year, 1790, when the company revised its method of distributing shares in land, they stipulated that all salt springs would be reserved as the property of the company rather than individuals. Salt, one of the few commodities that could be exchanged for cash on the money-scarce frontier, was considered of such value to the settlement that they invited individuals to lease lands from the company and receive loans in exchange for erecting salt works. The Ohio Company's attempt to control production at the salt springs was short-lived. In 1796, Congress passed further territorial legislation stipulating that the right to control and lease minerals in the Northwest Territories belonged to the federal government, and this lasted until Ohio's incorporation as a state in 1803, at least on paper. In reality, after the Treaty of Greenville in 1795 resulted in land cessions from the Wyandotte, Lenape, Shawnees, and other peoples comprising the Northwest Confederacy, settlers from Kentucky quickly crossed the Ohio River and began to work the salines along the Scioto River illegally. They worked the salines seasonally, much as the natives had done. They came mainly in the summer months to make cash, and the methods they used were likewise similar to indigenous people who obtained the salt by digging into the soft sandstone until the brine puddled up, removing it and boiling the brine in kettles. When Ohio became a state in 1803, it too regulated, it too regulated all known salt springs as public property and leased them to those who would produce salt. The stated goal of the legislators was to prevent any one individual from gaining a monopoly over salt production in the state. Like the Ohio Company and the territorial government, the legislature was perhaps motivated partly by the prospect of lease revenue and partly by the ability to exercise control over supply and pricing. In 1803, an agent was time okay? Okay. In 1803, an agent was appointed to administer leases and to see that no one person monopolized the work. From 1806 to 1810, encouragement from the Ohio State Legislature in the form of subsidies led to the intensification of operations at a site known as the Scioto Saline. The digging of deeper wells, drilling or boring of rock to greater depths, the erecting of furnaces, and the use of coal as a burning fuel instead of wood. These initial encouragements were successful, and the price of a bushel of salt decreased to $2.50. When the salt water in the shallow wells began to slow, the 1815 Ohio legislature offered a $750 subsidy to salt workers who would bore the rock to a depth of 350 feet and create deeper wells. These deeper wells yielded stronger salt water, but not enough to compete with salines in other parts of the state or nearby states. By 1826, settlers in Kentucky and West Virginia were working even stronger salines, and the legislature realized it would be unable to compete profitably. Turning its interest toward coal and petroleum, the state relinquished its ownership and sold the salt works. Okay, so again, how does all of this answer the question of how Hildreth came by his geological knowledge of Ohio in 1833? In 1799, a settler named George Crookham traveled from western Pennsylvania to southeastern Ohio to work as a salt boiler at the furnaces which had been constructed along the Scioto Salines in Jackson. While engaged in digging salt wells and ditches for the wooden piping that carried brine to the furnaces, Crookham became fascinated by the fossils in each layer of dirt he removed. 30 years later, when Hildreth and others began to work on Ohio's first geological survey, it was George Crookham who told him about Ohio's rocks. After Hildreth's reports were published, Crookham even sometimes corrected his reasoning about cause and effects, reminding him that it was his experience of the material properties of Ohio's rocks upon which Hildreth relied for evidence. So, for example, in 1838, after his report is published, he writes to Hildreth, "In your report of last year, where you speak of the Great Salt Well at Jackson, I see an inaccuracy in the words, probably from a deficiency in carbonated hydrogen gas. The gas was by no means deficient, it rose in great volume through the water." So he's correcting his experience of the natural world. And it was not only Crookham who served as a source of information. The reports of miners and salt boilers fill the pages of Hildreth's scientific work. It's not difficult to see how a salt boiler's knowledge might assist in understanding the locations of vertical strata and the underground layout of a given area. In his 1833 article in Silliman's Journal, for example, Hildreth drew directly on the records of what he called workmen, pulling from notes kept by a salt boiler named L.G. Barker, who had listed the qualities and appearances of the rock at successive depths during the digging of his well. Hildreth created a table of the rock types at given depths on the Muskingum River region of Ohio. Of the 1,001 feet of rock covered in the table, 820 feet had first been described by Barker as he drilled his well. Describing the relative positions of rock strata in different parts of the state, Hildreth did not shy away from remarking that his findings were, quote, confirmed by facts connected with the boring of salt wells. In other instances, too, he made explicit his reliance on evidence collected by salt workers. That the salt-bearing rocks were usually white porous sand rock, but could sometimes also be reddish, he knew from watching or hearing about the sediment that the workmen pulled up in their tube pumps. He knew that salt-bearing rock was not overly hard or dense from the fact that it was, quote, easily pierced by the drill of the well borer. And this was a great contrast from the quartz strata that overlay it, which was by contrast so very dense and hard that it occupies from 3 to 4 weeks of constant labor, night and day, to drill through 9 feet of rock. Early American geology was shaped by the imperatives of colonial political economy in the Ohio Valley. Scientists like Hildreth and other geologists on the state survey came to understand the properties of saltwater-bearing rock in terms of the labor required to obtain salt. Indeed, they considered this kind of hands-on engagement with the material world to be precisely the sort of activity that garnered evidence and facts appropriate to scientific analysis. But note, however, that this is not the same thing as saying that they considered the workmen who are collecting the evidence to have scientific authority in and of themselves. Many opportunities for early American science, I'm contending, would not have been possible had they not followed on the heels of large-scale economic experiment. As the salt boiler George Crookham found, boring wells for salt production provided the opportunity to compare fossils found in each layer of rock. Comparison of fossils and rock strata became a necessary component of rock identification in 19th century geology. Indeed, Hildreth referred to himself as the assistant geologist and paleontologist on the state survey. Further, the particular nature of salt worker reports, particular and local nature, that their wells hit brine, for example, at 250 feet along the upper Kanawha River, and that it took drilling to deeper depths as one descended the river, lent Hildreth and other surveyors the many points of evidence that they needed to collate in order to depict the vertical cross-sections of the underground in different parts of the state. Drilling at these depths would not have been possible without the state subsidies and encouragement that the Ohio legislature provided throughout the first 2 decades of the 19th century. The more intensive economic engagement that followed upon the state's political incorporation provided opportunities for the elaboration of geological science on a more intensive scale than had been possible when the Ohio Company was first formed. All right. Do I have time? Okay. I am, of course, I'm just going to kind of wrap it up here, but I am, of course, not the first to point to the fact that state power facilitated scientific knowing throughout the 18th and 19th centuries. But what I'd like to call more particular attention to today is the way that early American science operated within the context of attempts to work out a viable political economy. By doing so, I think we can see more clearly how the intensification of science in 19th century America was made possible by increasingly intensive economic engagement with the natural world, beginning in the late 18th century and increasing through the 19th. Another way of saying this is that we can view 18th century science in many cases as subservient to the science of colonial political economy. And when we do, I think a couple of things fall into focus. I think the sort of bizarre and eclectic to modernize nature of a lot of these publications and the transactions of scientific societies make more sense. And also the sort of social role of these men who are often, the great majority of them are officials or elected to state legislatures, are also primarily engaged in business and commercial enterprises. I think a lot of that falls into focus. Recent work in the history of European science in this period has shown the development of natural and physical sciences to have been deeply embedded in the socioeconomic context of the early modern state. This work has focused especially on the cameralist states of Central Europe. The United States, too, participated in a similar, though not specifically cameralist, plan of natural resource development in their quest to generate useful knowledge. Members of early American scientific societies participated in a transatlantic Enlightenment impulse to organize the early modern state. In doing so, they laid the groundwork for what became American science. And I'll just add one more thing, which is that American participation in this search for useful knowledge was sort of self-conscious in its imitation of enterprises across the Atlantic. So when Hildreth compiles his geological table of the Muskingum River region for Silliman's Journal in 1833, the editor, Silliman, right, the Yale chemist and geologist, adds an editor note explaining why his colleague labeled the rock strata according to, quote, the local terms of the country rather than their geological names. The practice, Silliman assured his readers, accords with the general practice in Europe where local matters of fact relating to mining operations are frequently stated in the language of workmen, for the miners and borers for saltwater and coal are rarely familiar with the terms of geological science. Okay, and to conclude, by the time of Hildreth's work on the Ohio Geological Survey in the 1830s, science and the rhetoric of statesmen and scientists themselves came to be seen as a necessary precursor to economic development. In his advocacy of a state geological survey in 1836, for example, the governor of Indiana opined that, for want of the proper test of science, the extent and value of the coal seams in this state are unknown. But as we have seen, the science to which this rhetoric referred would not have been possible without prior economic investment by state and corporate ventures like the Ohio Company. The more intensive economic engagement that followed upon the state's political incorporation provided opportunities for the elaboration of natural science on a more intensive scale in the early 19th century. The knowledge that appears to undergird political and economic development in the mid-19th century was collected out of the on-the-ground experience of those who labored to build the colonial economic infrastructure of the Age of Revolutions. Thank you.
Yes, good. Okay, there we go. Thanks so much to all of the panelists for these really rich papers. I have a lot of thoughts about a lot of things. I'll try to keep them brief, and then we'll open it up to conversation. So perhaps is unsurprising for a session about exploration and collecting, colonization sits at the core of all three papers. Yet each of them presents justifications and motivations driving the push for settlement in different ways. So Cameron Strang got us started by demonstrating how African explorations of the African explorations of the African coast and the eventual creation and settlement of Liberia were motivated by concerns over safety articulated by both blacks and whites alike. For blacks, it was a desire to establish their own sense of economic security and individual betterment, free from the reliance on white Britons and Americans. And then for white Americans, the colonization of Africa offered an opportunity to avoid what seemed to be an inevitable violent race war between the two groups. And as Cameron shows, these layered motivations aided the establishment of the African Colonization Society in 1816 to support the relocation of blacks to Africa. So I love in this paper how you talk about the different ways that people are employing this rhetoric of safety and security. But when I always think of safety, I also think about risk. So my question to you is, does the conversation or does the analysis that you're employing in kind of thinking about this larger problematization of exploration and kind of troubling that category, does that look different when you think about it through factors of risk as opposed to factors of safety? For Diego Perillo, he talks about the early collection of indigenous materials, which in his paper starts with books, but also encompasses artifacts, vocabularies, as well as bodies, as being part of an intellectually generative outcome of conquest and dispossession of indigenous communities as a direct result of military conquests across North America. He also shows how these acts of collecting and categorization played a role in countering European arguments about American degeneracy, using antiquarian arguments that reaffirmed the supposed inferiority of Native Americans as a way to both reassert America's political and scientific potential while also rejecting indigenous sovereignty. So in other words, there's an argument being made here about the actual practicality of colonization as a mode of evidence building to essentially further justify future colonization. So I, as a historian of anthropology, I was obviously very interested in this paper and would love you to talk more. You didn't talk about it in the presentation today, but there's a part in there where you talk about Barton's work of sketching, of creating drawings of artifacts as a way to further his antiquarian arguments. Would love to hear you talk a little bit more about that and also what is lost in that process of kind of flattening material forms to you know, images themselves. And then also would love to hear you kind of problematize some of the categories that you present in the paper. So you talk with Dusamitier, you talk about his use of naturalia versus artificialia, with Barton, the ornamental and the superstitious, and then of course these larger claims about antiquarianism versus historicism in kind of situating indigenous peoples within different temporal modes. So would love to hear you think a little bit more about how those categories inform one another and the places where they kind of fall apart, and then what that means for sort of longer term legacies of collecting practices and the continued inclusion of indigenous materials in museums of natural history. I think that that has been a point of tension within anthropology for a long time, and would like to hear you, since you did at the end kind of mention this question of restitution and repatriation, think about how these kind of longer legacies come into play. And then finally, Laura Clerks illustrated how early settlement of the Ohio Valley was directly linked to a desire for easy access to salt found in saliferous rock, which as she explained, was a vital commodity both for the culinary tastes and preservation needs of early Americans. And she shows that these imperatives of 18th century colonial political economy supported the pursuit and dissemination of geological knowledge of the region well into the 19th century, imperatives which in turn mobilized geological expertise that was attained by amateur geologists who expertise that was then taken on by miners who themselves were also incorporating indigenous knowledges. So you see, you know, sort of this layer, no pun intended, of knowledge kind of driving the conversation. So I'd love to have you think a little bit more about scale in this presentation and how this argument you're making about the directionality between political economy and science in this period maybe looks different depending on the kind of size of the project at stake. So if you've got multiple laborers involved versus, sort of an individual naturalist going out and collecting things, does that argument look different? And then conversely, what does that mean when you think about citizen science as a project where you're thinking more about developing knowledge economies versus financial ones? So I'll leave it there. And then for everyone, I wanted to ask you to kind of think about a question that started to come up yesterday about the relationship between individuals and institutions. And I think each of you has different institutions at play in your papers. Cameron, you've got the ACS, the APS obviously is one driving this, and Laura, you also talk about the Academy of Arts and Sciences. So thinking about the span of time that each of you presents from going from the revolutionary era into the first decades of the 19th century, how does the role or the relationship between institutions and individuals shift in this period? And what does that mean for the different ways that justifications for colonization are getting employed? So I'll stop there because I know that's a lot and let you take whichever parts of that you'd like to respond to.
Thank you very much. Those are great questions. And this issue of risk I find really interesting. And for those of you who read the longer paper, there's a quote in there about, not remembering it exactly, but how when they're trying to organize one of these Northern Voluntary Associations trying to organize this expedition to Africa, they talk about how all these young men in this group claimed their willingness to sort of risk their lives and go out in search of this new homeland for their people, right? And for me, risk really matters in the sense that it makes heroes. And this is a really interesting part of exploration, I think, that not only in the sort of European tradition of exploration are guys like Columbus and Lewis and Clark very much seen as heroes. And this goes back in Europe to Alexander the Great and guys like this. And for me, one of the really interesting parts of this project is that I've rooted all of these expeditions and explorers for the last 800 years or so in an older kind of mythical tradition or oral history tradition. Maybe not older, maybe one that develops amid colonization and exploring, right? But and in these older histories of exploration, indigenous ones, West African ones, European ones alike, there is this sort of shared understanding that when things are bad, when our people are in danger of getting destroyed or my family's in danger of getting destroyed, a solution is to go somewhere else and look for something. And this could be powerful objects, this could be new homelands, this could be new sort of esoteric knowledge, but this is a sort of recognized solution. And it's these people who risk these ventures that, discover these things, sort of go down in legend as heroes. And it's the persistence of this tradition, I think, is something that's really interesting and part of the ongoing motivation for people to do this, that it's like, not only do I get to save my people, I get to become a hero. And so in that sense, I'm very much interested in tracing this kind of intellectual history of resistance, right? And there's obviously a ton written on indigenous resistance, African American resistance, et cetera. But very little of this is sort of grounded in intellectual traditions, much less traditions that we tend to think of as part of the realm of the history of science. And so this is something I'm really interested in unpacking. And hopefully I'll get to your question on individuals and institutions, but let's pass it on. So.
Thank you. These are all great questions. I'll try to answer 3 points that you raised very, very briefly. So, do cimetières and its categories. First of all, the cimetière is mentioned now and then, but I think is very much a forgotten figure in the intellectual history of America. He was, for example, he was appointed historiographer to the Congress, but he never received his stipend. He died in poverty. Most of his writings are in manuscript form. So, but so the categories, so naturalia and artificialia, these are very broad, generic categories. He was aware that other scholars in early America, in New England, for example, were collecting indigenous artifacts, but the museum that he created was, to some extent, unprecedented in early America. And so he was really very much looking at models in Europe and in Britain, for example. So we know that in his library, he has the catalog of Hans Sloane Museum, or the catalog of the Royal Society Museum, and so he was really working with these models in his mind. For Barton, so I didn't have time to say that, but Barton was very much, in my view at least, was really trying to put into practice Jefferson's ideas. So Jefferson responded to this influential French Jesuit Lafitau, who published a very influential work comparing the languages, especially of Native Americans, to the languages of ancient Romans and Greeks. Jefferson rejected this theory and said that these were just speculations, and in order to study Native Americans, it was necessary to collect objects and describe them very accurately before forming theories. And so that's why I think Barton was trying really careful and also in a very controversial and speculative way to draw and describe objects. So he was putting into practice Jefferson's ideas and also employing some very so the best theories that he could find in the books by French antiquarians. There was one, Caylus, that was very important for him that he also cited. And then the long-term consequences, very, very briefly. Of course, I think Du Cimetière and also other museums in that area, this is the very beginning of salvage ethnography, which we trace back normally to Boas or also to passages in Lévi-Strauss. But this is all the controversies today around repatriation and restitution, I think, make very clear that these long-term consequences are still with us. I just want to say that this is not a story unique only to America. No, so the British Empire did that all over its colonies, from India to West Africa. So there are very many similar examples that we can find. And so just one is the looting of the Benin bronzes in Nigeria in the 1890s. And different institutions responded in a different way. And so I just want to say that the British Museum has decided not to give back the bronzes yet. And so the controversy is very much open.
Thank you. So I think, okay, you asked me about scale and directionality and whether looking at things at different scales changes okay. So I guess I would say, first, yes, there's definitely a way in which the sort of scale of economic operation is going to make the science that comes out of it appear, or it's going to change the sort of ability for laborers and workers to contribute to science, right? So if the state's not subsidizing the digging of wells to like 350 feet into the ground, you're not going to have the geological survey, right, that is able to depict those cross sections because the funding, I mean, there's no like separate funding structure for science other than maybe like the premiums that the scientific societies are giving out, right? And I think the 1780s and 90s are littered with sort of desperate people trying to get money from the government to fund their inventions and their scientific ideas, right? So there's one sense in which I definitely see this kind of like economic scale, sort of large scale operations making possible the sort of maybe more intense sciences, we might say, like these sort of geological sciences that depend on large scale operations. But so then you might say, okay, but like collecting or botany, right? Like, are those things really, is it the same situation? And I guess what I would say is, obviously there's a variety of what's happening, right? So some people like Manasseh Cutler, who's the director of the Ohio Company, are also, I think Ellen talked about him yesterday as well, using the sort of just local surroundings, neighbors walking around in their environment to collect and collate information and publish it. But I'll also say when I think about scale, I think about like what's making possible most of the science that's being published in the late 18th century. And there's something really interesting that happens. So sometimes it's commercial projects, sometimes it's military projects, where if you look at so I have a chapter in my dissertation that looks at some of the first publications that come out in the memoirs of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in the late 1780s. And there's a paper there by General Benjamin Lincoln, who was Washington's adjutant general, who received the Sword of Surrender from Cornwallis at Yorktown. And he has a paper in the American Academy of Arts and Sciences in the late 80s, early 90s, which is about like the rise of the water level and the rocks on different sides of the York River, Jamestown, of the James River, right? And when you read it, it seems purely theoretical, and you're kind of like, oh, well, that's interesting that he's interested in this. And then you look at the date that he sends the letter, and it's during the campaign, right? And so I think about like what mobilizes people and what makes possible these observations. Because I think one of the other things that I'm trying to sort of say about early American science is that the kind of category between experience and experiment is still fluid in this period, right? So like I think when we look at it more in terms of like experience of the natural world is a valid way to collect facts that are going to kind of be contributing to science, it sort of broadens the playing field. I don't know.
All right, so I enjoyed all three of these papers tremendously. And I have a question that I'm going to apply to all three because it appears in different aspects. It occurred to me when I went back and looked at the conference description that we were looking at science and society in the age of revolutions for the Atlantic world. And we've had some Atlantic papers, more England, North America exchanges. Cameron, you bucked that trend, and so did Guinea grass yesterday. But all three of you have Caribbean connections. So for you, Cameron, at the same time that folks are exploring African colonization, there are efforts in Haiti and, of course, in the British West Indies post-emancipation. And I'm pretty sure you're going to say that's another part of your book. But I wanted to go ahead and put that out there. De Cimetière, I did notice in his description for his American Museum that his artificial collections were both West Indian and Indian. And for salt, one of the primary ways of getting salt, there were domestic sources, was importing it from the West Indies, from the Turks and Caicos, or from the Dutch ABC Islands. And I didn't know if there was any conversation about, I study coffee. In the early 19th century, there's a big language about trying to find a domestic source of coffee so that we can buy local as opposed to importing. I didn't know if that was part of Ohio's strategy. So I guess my overall question, because I do need to ask one, is what happens to your papers when you broaden the lens from North America to include the Caribbean?
That's not going to be part of my book. I got a lot going on already. But I will say that, I have a lot of notes of like all these things to read about Haiti, right, in the early 1820s in particular, because at this moment when colonization in the United States gets kind of co-opted by these white guys at the ACS, a lot of these black voluntary associations start redirecting their attention to Haiti. And that's really all I know about it at this point. I don't know to the extent that they actually launched expeditions to go. I suspect that they did. The Haiti angle is something I'm considering adding maybe as a paragraph to the section, right? The British West Indies, that's getting a little too far afield. I'll just say I don't know, and it sounds awesome. But.
I have only one chapter dealing only in part with the Caribbean, and so with regard to the painting that I used at the beginning, so some scholars mentioned that the revolution in Haiti just began, and so that painting, Liberty, might be also a reaction, Philadelphia reaction to the events in Haiti. But I didn't really go in that direction in my book, what I studied and what I found in Du Simitier's paper is the fact that he, before he moved to Philadelphia, he lived in Jamaica, and so he spent years traveling in the Caribbean and taking extensive notes on natural history. So he mostly followed Buffon rather than Linnaeus. But what I found very interesting is that he was in Jamaica during Taki's revolt. So he personally witnessed Taki's revolt. He gathered material. I think from what I can say, he was not on the side of the rebels. He supported the point of view of the government, and so also he, along with his museum, I think what he had a very interesting archive, which is still at the Library Company today, and interestingly, so this archive was supposed to trace the history of the colonies up to the revolution, but there is almost no reference to slavery in North America in this archive. And so I was really interested by this silence.
Yeah, to speak to your question about importing salt and whether that's comparable to coffee or other commodities, I think what I've seen so far is the descriptions of salt in the Ohio River Valley in my research have come through more as sort of advertisements for settlement, right? This is something that's attractive, but there is a sort of patriotic component where they're talking about the promotion of domestic manufacturers. I have not seen them single out the West Indies specifically, which is interesting because there are other instances where they're sending publications to the scientific societies about maple sugar trees, right? So the presence of substitute sources of sugar there, but I'll have to look further. That's interesting. Yeah.
Thank you so much for a really excellent panel. You know, I always think about linguistic knowledge. This is my comment and question are going to be about linguistic expertise. I always think about linguistic knowledge as sort of a precondition to any kind of field science or exploration or collecting venture, and it was woven in really interesting ways through all of your papers. I guess the question first came to mind, Cameron, when you were speaking about these kinds of ethnological interactions or expeditions, I guess. And so I just, you know, I always wonder about it, you know, it's sort of, yeah, like I say, a precondition to anything we might want to say anthropologically or geologically or, you know, in terms of, the naturalia that are collected. And so I wonder if you could speak a little bit about that, because it's something that we don't often see in the historiography of science, and I always wonder why. Diego, your response to Adriana's question suggested that maybe linguistic knowledge and expertise are being effaced or erased at the source, in a way. You know, you see this almost as though there's this claim to reject any kind of linguistic knowledge in favor of the material characteristics as a way of saying, oh, this is scientific, right? It's not humanistic in some sense. But then, you know, I think sometimes the way that we write histories tends to perform this erasure. So that's a general question about, you know, linguistic expertise, how it's figuring into your projects, and if you see it there at the source or in your own accounts. Thanks.
Sure. So, no, this is a great question, and this is a very, very important point. So, I only have, I didn't really have time to say that, but Du Simitier especially had a very, very pronounced interest in linguistics, philology, and in the study of indigenous languages. And that was, I find that remarkable compared to other early American scholars. For example, James Logan in Philadelphia. He dealt with indigenous peoples constantly, in diplomatic councils, in treaties, and so on. He had no interest in indigenous languages. We can see at this library, no interest in indigenous languages. He was a skilled linguist, learned Arabic, Hebrew, and so on, no interest in indigenous languages. That was not true for Du Simitier, and I think so Du Simitier collected dictionaries of several indigenous languages, I think because he understood the relationship between linguistics, philology, and colonialism. And so he understood that by studying languages, one could learn that culture and dominate that culture.
Let's give a very short response. That the extent to which they didn't seem to care is kind of remarkable. Like the guys who went to Sherbro had the advantage of Sierra Leone being right there, and they had interpreters like John Kizzle sort of readily at hand. But you don't see anything in the kind of preparation of like, oh, we better like study the language. With the exception of this guy William Thornton, who I'll try not to go on a side, but he was his parents were plantation owners in the Caribbean, and he before sort of planning his venture leading this sort of exploratory venture into Africa and colonization, he's like, I'm going to go to my parents' plantation and like start studying languages. But that's the only example I can really think of people preparing in advance to do this. And it's kind of interesting that everyone else involved is like, this guy's a crack. Like, we don't really care what he thinks.
Yeah, excellent panel. Diego, I have a question for you. In the drawing that Barton, of the indigenous artifacts that Barton sent over, I noticed it was addressed to Joseph Priestley, who is most famous as a chemist and not as an archaeologist. Did you see any reply by Priestley to that inquiry, since it was addressed to Priestley himself?
It's a great question. No, I haven't seen any reply. I'm not aware of any reply. The only thing I can say is that Barton published this was an article that he published in the Transactions, but before becoming an article, the article was a letter addressed to Priestley, and that was very common. Articles were written in a letter form and then published in scientific journals, but I'm not aware of any reply.
Great. Well, I think that this session has given us a lot of food for thought, but I think it's now also time for lunch. So I hope you'll all join me in thanking our panelists again. And Brenna, where are we going?
We're headed to our next location at the Science History Institute. So if you exit this building and turn left and go about 1 block, we'll be there. So see you in a few minutes there.